Confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. What a song. The world's famous Buster. One chance. Welcome. It is Wednesday. It's a bit of a trivium night. Now, I've been going over a fair bit. I've obviously clipped a load of Blue Marble stuff from what we went over last night. I managed to finish it off, clipping all of the bits off. I've done one Buster song that you don't understand. I can play that in a bit later on. So what we're after is now we've hit upon this way to be able to prove the dogmatic globe. Now, you would have thought that some people would have been happy about that, you know. Finally, they've got some proof. Like the guys that said that they have no proof. We've got proof for them. We can help them out. But for some reason, nobody's really bothered. I don't think the flat earthers are too keen, because obviously we've got a proof of the dogmatic globe, and they're scared of that because they don't have any proof of their own. They can't have proof of flat. So it seems like dogmatic globe has got one over on the flat earthers when we've helping them out. I would like to help the flat earthers out, but can't really. Well, I suppose you could, couldn't you? it's against the dogmatic globe, so I don't know. If any one of you flat earthers wants to come over and we can have a discussion about how you might be able to prove, well, it depends what you want to be able to prove. If you want to prove or not that, you might be able to do that. If you want positive proof for flat earth, you're fucked. Sorry, not going to happen. There's no such thing. Flat's a too ambiguous term. It's just not going to happen. But proof of the dogmatic globe, well, we've got that. Got loads of it. You can't have a dogmatic globe model without any contradictions. So any contradiction proves the dogmatic globe. That's just the way it is. Simple as. So if you want to come over and do a bit of logic, find a way to prove the dogmatic globe, be my guest. Rumpus. Rumpus helped us out, obviously, the reciprocal Rumpus pole sighting tests. We're going to be able to do that. And we'll go over a bit of the measurements, because last night, I don't know if anybody was aware, that you're going to go and see Blue Marble. They had a special with Jesse, the ace, the last surviving shadow giant globe geodetic surveyor. And he was over there. It's like a relic, like a white rhino, trying to catch Larry Scott out. And actually to hear the words of a shadow giant, to be able to speak and all of that stuff. So if you were out there last night, if you were a dogmatic globe faithful, if you're one of them, no doubt you got great gains from listening to Larry Scott last night. I thought it was really good. I don't think Rumpus was there, was he? Was Rumpus there? I don't think so. I think he was there the other night, wasn't he? Talking about verticals. Curving. Curvy verticals. Obviously. Now, as you can see in the chat, there is... we've got a new guy, a hot guy. I think it's Rumpus's younger brother. He's called Ram Shutu. Or it might be Rumpus's older brother. I don't know. Hard to tell. Might be Rumpus's dad. Definitely comes from the same school. Went to the same school as Rumpus. And he's been in here all day telling us that verticals don't exist. And horizontals. There's no such thing, apparently. So we've titled this one, The Great Perpendicular Conspiracy, because what we've unearthed is the dogmatic globe guys. I don't know whether you guys were aware of it, but the dogmatic globe, the faithful of the dogmatic globe, when they do their blue marble science, well, they've blue marble scienced the perpendicularity of horizontal and vertical, and they've got rid of it. They've had to. It's gone. So now there's a massive conspiracy about perpendicularity. You ask any dogmatic globe faithful person if they can make a square. Well, that's it really. You can make a square. Particularly with verticals and horizontals. But I don't know. I don't know whether it might be spreading this perpendicular, right? Because I mean, if vertical and horizontal can't be perpendicular, then I'm not too sure anywhere can have perpendicularity. I'm not too sure. I think the consequences of getting rid of perpendicularity and the vertical and horizontal planes is that there's no such thing as a straight line anymore. You can't know what a straight line is in the dogmatic globe arena. And that's where we're at. Like we've been saying, it's just reality. There's only one reality. Right? It's not flat. And the dogmatic globe makes you say some really stupid shit. And I prefer not to sound like I prefer not to contradict myself when I'm speaking to people, because it gets really annoying. I know when I'm talking to people, if they're contradicting themselves, it just gets annoying. You can't really communicate with people So I don't like to contradict myself. That's why I say, and I always have said, I just live in the real world. Call it the real globe. It's definitely not dogmatic, because I derive this stuff for myself. Anybody else can do it for themselves. You can reason reality. It's obvious, and it just takes a little bit of, it just takes a little bit of you releasing any preconceived models that you already have, and entering a conversation without any of those things, without any of the clouding that models give you. So what we're going to go over tonight, I think I've got a George video in order for us to go over, just to get a grip of the surveying, and how George did a little bit of surveying. It's only the end bit. Don't want to go over too much of it. You know, sometimes it's a bit triggering, but I mean, we do miss George. At least George attempted to be able to converse with us about whatever he considers the geometric properties of his model, right? Dogmatic though it may be. And most of the learning that we had about the dogmatic globe model comes from George. Me being having the training in construction and surveying, that gave me a firm understanding of how actual practical geometry works. Now, we've got people in the chat that are telling us that doesn't work. You can't tell that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. In reality, they say. In reality, the vertical and horizontal, you can't say for sure that they're perpendicular. Well, I can. I mean, it is only like a couple of crazy people, like Rumpus's younger brother, or maybe older brother. Like, you know what, Rumpus used to talk like that as well. When people say you don't know what geometry is, you don't know what mathematics is. Well, we do. So that's a bit of a cop-out. But again, that's what the dogmatic globe believers have to do. That's all they can do. So, well, let me get... Tilly, do you want to hear a thing? I got this. I've not heard it for ages. I think this was the very first You Don't Understand. Buster had just been recording it, and then we went and I had a chat with a guy called Rumpus. I think it's Ram Shutu's older brother. So we'll might be able to woo him in, see whether he can come in. I'm not too sure that you know, these dogmatic guys don't think that they can actually talk about any of this sort of stuff. So let me... Oh, I hope this screen's a... Okay, now this is the first ever... You guys in Discord on it here. This is the first ever You Don't Understand. Right. Oh, wait a minute. Let me do
Yes,
this.
we can see that.
I'll get it for the YouTube. There we go. I'll be back. 6 minutes. Tangent. The tangent being parallel to the surface.
Well, it is. You do know what a tangent is, don't you?
Yeah.
To a circle.
Yep.
Good. Well, actually, I don't think you do, actually. You've demonstrated many times you don't, but we'll go through it again. Hopefully people know what a tangent to a circle looks like.
Yeah.
And therefore, that is at the point of contact, that the tangent and the horizontal are the same thing. So you could say they're both parallel to one another, but the horizontal and tangent are the same thing at a point on the Earth. If you change where you are on the Earth, you get a different tangent and a different horizontal.
What about the circle, though?
Is it a straight line, though?
Is the circle parallel to the tangent?
Is a circle parallel to the tangent? Well, a circle's is a curve. You've got to pick on a point. A tangent, that doesn't really make much sense. You can have a tangent to any point on the curve of a circle. That point, the gradient or the slope of the curve of the circle, if you like, is the same as the tangent by definition. That's how a tangent is defined. It's the gradient of the curve at that one point where the line just touches a circle.
So
that is a tangent.
Parallel?
And that parallel to what?
The surface. Parallel to the tangent.
Well, the tangent is defined. It's like asking if something's parallel to itself.
What?
You don't understand what a tangent is, do you?
What he'll do, what the technique is they'll come in, they'll try to propose an answer to one of these unsolvable riddles, and then as soon as you try to object on some point of lunacy that they've made, they make it about, how you're so stupid and you don't understand. And then when anyone else tries to chime in to make it worse, is that you get a triggered flat earther that's like, how does this guy not see that, or whatever the fucking conversation is. And then they try to get in it. And then once you've got two flat earthers against Rumpus, now he plays the victim.
Yeah.
And it's just, it's like, but this is what I'm saying, is like anyone who's still playing along with the charade, you're just airing out and giving them what they want.
You don't understand the When I say gradient, you don't understand what I mean. You don't understand the basics. The fact you don't understand, I don't understand what understand what I just said. You didn't understand what a gradient was. And the fact you don't understand this, that Bev doesn't understand the basics. So you don't understand what you don't understand what gradient means. But of course you don't understand what Kosher's point is. Did you not understand what I said? I mean, my God. Are you that stupid? You don't understand what I mean by gradient. So you don't understand what you don't understand what gradient means. Then. Really, this dense, you don't understand what I'm trying to say. You seem incapable of understanding simple things. You don't understand the basics. So you don't understand what you don't understand what gradient means. Then I think people understand what I mean by the gradient. It's going a slope. It's got a gradient of about 45 degrees here.
You don't understand.
But of course you don't understand this, so I don't. Right, so Armour understood exactly the point that I was making. You don't understand what a tangent is.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Well, I've explained it in very basics, very precisely, very explicitly, and yet Bev will deliberately attempt to either misunderstand it or his IQ so low he's incapable of understanding. I mean, you don't understand what a tangent is, do you? I mean, you don't understand the basics. For someone who claims to know about geometry, you don't understand the basics. Be misunderstanding, you see. This is the problem with this guy. He doesn't understand what I'm trying, but Bev doesn't understand this because he's a moron. But you do understand. I can only do that as the basics, don't you? And clearly Bev doesn't understand it has a gradient. I think most of the panel understand what I mean by the gradient of the curve. You don't. I don't understand what Kosher's point is. The fact that you don't understand this is just unbelievable. Please didn't understand what a gradient was, did you? You then have to say, well, what's a gradient? I think most people understand what I'm saying if they're not trying to willfully misunderstand.
Don't understand.
I don't understand what Kosher's point is.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Typical of you, when you're using everyday terms, apparently you don't understand what they mean. Now, I don't know whether you do this deliberately to misunderstand what you're being told, or whether you're just stupid. You don't understand the basics. A child of about 10 or 11 could understand. I don't understand what Kosher is. He's deliberately, willfully misunderstanding me, or he's really stupid. And you don't understand that at a tangent point, there is a gradient. You don't understand the basics. No, you don't, because there's a gradient at that point of a tangent. So you don't understand what a tangent is, do you? You don't. You're a moron. Because a point on a curve has a gradient. Don't you understand? It doesn't matter how much you zoom in. Well, because I'm having to deal with people who seem to be willfully trying to misunderstand me. And if that's the case, I believe that's a disruptive behaviour. There's something that Ben doesn't understand, so everybody else tries.
You don't understand.
There's something that Ben doesn't understand, so everybody else tries.
You don't understand.
You don't understand what a tangent is, do you?
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You just on your own.
You don't understand what I mean by grade. You don't understand what it understand the basics. Don't you understand?
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worry.
You don't understand what tangents are, basically, is what you're doing.
You're just on your own.
I don't understand what Koche's point is.
No reason, no logic, no answers to questions. You're just on your own.
You don't understand geometry, do you? You don't understand simple geometry. You don't understand what a tangent is. I mean, you're incredible. Oh my god. Okay, you're too stupid. Anyway, I've got to go to bed. Bev's stupid, and well done, Armour. You understood. I don't understand what Koche's point is.
No, I'm a Glober, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you understand geometry and Bev doesn't.
I was about to put
Anyway, I'm
something
off to
together.
bed. Well done.
Right, I'm back. I've got a brew. Thank you very much. Thanks for waiting. I see we did lose people. I mean, who wants to listen to Rumpus? That's the very first ever You Don't Understand. Inspired from the words of people in this arena. Right, rather than telling you, trying to explain stuff to you, they rather have no argument and then tell you that you don't understand. The stuff that you do actually understand. I'm sure it's projection. But I don't know whether you've noticed or not. There's an arena of people. Is that Big Blue? Is that Blue on his sock account? Must have his other account on. Welcome, Blue. In disguise. In the chat. Nice to see you. Nice to see everybody in there. Thanks for coming. That was Blue Marble Science's sidekick. Rumpus. We've got his younger brother in the chat. He's been here all day defending with arguments. He must have been, his fingers must be sore. He's been typing all day, writing essays, trying to argue about stuff. But I mean, not too sure that anybody knows how to argue, to be honest. It's getting a bit embarrassing for them. And especially now as well with this perpendicularity problem. Like the conspiracy. Oh, has anybody else ever heard of it yet? Because I'm pretty sure it will be a hot topic around these arenas. I don't know how much more simpler we can make it. But we can do it if you want us to do. Like for children. We can direct it at children and then see whether children can work it out. About straight lines. It's been a while. We've been going over the simplicity of this sort of stuff. You can tell by how bad it was when Rumpus had to go round slandering us. He went on with Fight the Flat Earth and Slice Barcane. He went on Jose's. People even put up with Rumpus. So the Rumpus can come on and slander us. They will actually put up with Rumpus. Because that's what he does. Like these guys. I think they get paid for the amount of people that slander us. Slander and libel anybody from this server, this Discord server. Just because they don't want any more people than what we already have listening, or even coming and understanding this argument. Very simple argument that we have. We have plenty of them. Just for people to get a logic and geometric understanding of a perfect argument. Unbeatable. Like tautologies. Can't be beat. Apart from blue marble scientists saying stupid shit and you don't understand. type things. What have I missed? Is there some pictures there or? Wow. Draw a picture of your God. Draw some lines on it. Say that they're horizontal. I think Rumpus explained it there, didn't he? The tangent is only horizontal at one point. If you move, you make another horizontal point. Which I don't know whether anybody realised that. That was the beginnings of the great perpendicular conspiracy. Rumpus was laying down the dogma for everyone. Hope everybody heard it, because it's going to be something that you're going to have to deal with. And this isn't flat Earth stuff as well. That's the funny thing, guys. This is just about reality. Only about reality. No flat Earth. Just proving the dogmatic globe. I don't know how many people will want to help us out. Probably not many. Yeah. If anybody here is listening to us and they think we're flat earthers, then I click off, because there's not going to be any logical proof of flat Earth coming. It can't be done. If you want some proof of a dogmatic globe, well, we can help you with that. I think Blue Marble's talking about 15 miles. Is that a straight line? Or is it sloping, Blue? Right. What else have we got? Let me get this. So I'm pretty sure I had. Let me just. Oh well, I just have a look over here. Where did I put it at? Here it is.
Have your two pegs, A and B.
Right, let me switch this back a bit. Right, can you guys see that? Is it still on for you guys in Discord?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Right, so now this is a video of mine called George and the Geometric Conundrum. It's back in the days when everything got tagged. So I couldn't understand why George and the Geometric Conundrum got tagged as, But I think it's because of all of the comments, people commenting about it in the chat. So we eventually got rid of that tag. Now this is when we were talking about with George. Oh, Gods is in there as well. Let's go back a little bit further. Oh, talking about surveying, so let's go back a little bit further. Goals.
Now, I wasn't saying there wasn't a difference. I was saying for what the auto level does, the theodolite does no better in that function. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
They're equivalent.
No, they're not equivalent at
Yes,
all.
they are.
No, they're
yes,
not.
They are very much so. I have
No.
both. I have both sets of instrument, and the theodolite can very easily set a horizontal every bit as accurate as an auto level.
Okay, brilliant. So that's what you're saying then. In the tools that set elevations, or is it horizontals?
I just said for horizontal. If I want to set a horizontal.
Right. So what you've got to remember is this is over a year ago that we were talking about this. And now George, you may hear George talking about setting horizontals. Well, as Blue Marble says, that's not possible. So what you'll hear is George going over this sort of stuff before the Blue Marble scientists have had their way to actually undo all of this stuff that George was doing. So if you listen to the modern day Blue Marble science armchair geodetic surveyors, they may not comport to what George is saying in this particular video. Pay no mind, because they'll just make up shit however they want. Always have, always will. So this is George pretending that he knows something about surveying. Like, there's other people like this. A guy called Larry Scott and Jesse Kozlowski. And a guy from Maine. They're no longer with us. And they'll say that they were surveyors, or they still are surveyors, but they're not around. And as you heard last night, Larry Scott hasn't got a clue about any of this sort of stuff. I mean, he does sort of helicopters and stuff. He was like big stories. Not much else.
Horizontal to the earth, going out at 90 degrees from the zenith. The theodolite, an accurate theodolite, is a good.
Yeah, you're breaking up there, George. Can I just get this as a scale, right? If we were to say which is the best and least accurate tool for establishing a horizontal,
a laser level.
Well, that's one of the tools, right? Wait, whoa, George, please. Right, we've got a laser level, we've got an auto level, we've got a theodolite, and we have a water level, right?
Hi, by the way.
All right, Rob. The 4 different tools, right, George? So for establishing a horizontal, which is the least accurate?
Laser.
Laser level.
Right.
Laser.
Okay. What is the most accurate?
Theodolite.
Water level.
Theodolite and auto level. Theodolite and
A theodolite and an auto level top. Well, where's the water level then? For horizontal.
You can't establish a horizontal with an auto or with a water level.
Okay, so you put that as the worst then.
Oh.
George, you put that as the worst tool for establishing a horizontal, right?
Yeah, I do that. But it's probably the most accurate tool for determining elevations.
That's where we're going to go next, George. Right? So let's go for establishing a level. Right? Same 4 tools again.
Yep.
Which is the least accurate?
Now, that would depend upon the distance in which you want to do. For close in, I would say the best tool would be your auto level and your theodolite. But if you're going on beyond, say, several hundred meters, your water level is going to be the best. If it has a micrometer, then, if it's a real precision piece of equipment.
Right, so say, okay, everybody hear that? In order of accuracy for the horizontal, the most accurate is the theodolite auto level, according to George. And the most accurate for providing a level are the theodolite auto level, apart from if you're going over larger distances, to which George says the water level, providing it's got a micrometer on it. So a micrometer is better establishing level over long distances, whereas for short distances, the best for a horizontal and a level is an auto level and a theodolite, according to George. I don't know whether that still applies for the whether Larry would agree with George on that one. This is George, no longer with us. God rest his soul. But he claimed to be one of the most experienced surveyors, even though he's not a surveyor. And he's never qualified in any surveying activities. He's never done anything. He did claim he could calibrate the tools. But I think that's about as far as he got. I think he said one of the things is he had a claim where in his shop he actually calibrated tools for other people. So he's a qualified tool calibrator. I think now he's disappeared. He's gone, left us. I think I don't know whether the Blue Marble scientists are taking on any of his stuff. It seems like they've forgotten about him, to be honest. He doesn't get any of the recognition that he should get for doing what he did. It's as though, really, like Blue Marble says, George was just taking the piss. He's like a bit of a troll. I don't think that George was like that, but I think that's the impression that the Blue Marble scientists get. And I've never even heard any of them mention him, which is very strange. Very, very strange. I don't know what happened the last few months. He did disappear for a bit. So, say that again then. What's the least accurate for short distance? Then we'll do that, right? What's the least accurate for doing a level over short distances?
A laser level is just totally out of the question on something like this, okay? Well, let's forget about laser levels. They're just too crude. They're just for construction. Between the theodolite and I would say your auto level and your theodolite is better unless you had some way of having a water level where you could have a micrometer adjustment. I don't know how good the very best water levels are. I've never played with a water level with adjustment. I don't.
Right. Well, did you flip the switch?
Yeah.
Did you? Because you had those tools as the best for setting a horizontal, and you say the most accurate for setting a level as well.
Close in.
So
but distance, your best for setting a horizontal is the theodolite and auto level. But the best for setting elevations would be your water level.
Right.
I was just thinking about something. Was it George the other time with a water level, and then you took a 6-foot or an 8-foot spirit level and put it on that beam? As you got to the end, in the middle, it would show level, and at the ends, it would show off level. Was that George that said that the other day?
Yes, that's true. Yes.
Well, I just got thinking about something because there's a water level that can be accurate to, 50 thou of an inch over 200 meters. So, and they use this stuff for like machine tables and stuff like that to make sure they're perfectly level. Like, I'm wondering, George, why would they use this to make sure their table is perfectly level if they?
That's fine. That's fine for short work. You cannot move a spirit level. You cannot move a spirit level over, say, 10, 20 feet and have that bubble change much at all.
No, we're talking about meters, George, not 10 or 20 feet. 200 meters. 200 meters.
Yeah, even at 200 meters.
Hang on. Scalpel, can I help you out here? Can I read a paragraph for you?
Even at 200 meters, just a minute, even at 200 meters, the deviation due to the curve of the Earth is ever so slight that with a spirit level, you're not really going to see that change much. what I'm showing you in that diagram, I'm assuming you're moving your spirit level over a distance of, say, several miles.
What about a master machinist level? Have you ever seen one of them? Like if you put a piece of paper under this thing, it throws it.
Yeah, you might be able to use that to do over several hundred meters. Yeah.
Can I read something? Scalpel?
Set something up, just a sec. Set something up that's 200 meters according to flat and level according to this precise water level instrument, and then double check it with a master level, and then you'd be, if what happens if this master level shows, like I said, a piece of paper literally throws it off. So if this master level shows completely level across this 200-meter piece, then you'd be convinced that that piece is completely flat and level.
Yeah, I guess so.
Interesting.
Oh, wait. Just a minute. I might have heard that. Say that again.
Which part do you want me to say?
Well, okay, this piece is, say, 200 meters long. What is this? This is a straight piece, you're saying?
Let's say it's an I-beam.
Okay, well, yeah, I-beams are going to have tolerances, but let's assume you have a perfect I-beam, okay?
Yes.
Say it's
And you
perfect.
make that
It's perfectly straight. The surface is perfectly straight. If you sight down the surface of this thing, there'd be no deviation from end to end, okay?
Sure. Yeah.
Right?
And then you level it with this precise water level.
You go to the middle. You go to the middle and you level this I-beam. You go to the level with your machinist level. You level so that the bubble are equivalently the bubbles in the center. Okay.
Sure.
All right. Now what?
Then you check it with the precise water level from the ends. I believe it'll still show perfectly level.
Well,
can I say something now?
That's different than what you said the other day, though, George.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. You're using it differently now. If you set this beam perfectly level using your machinist level in the center, you have this perfect I-beam. Now you take an auto level that is, say, a 200-meter auto level. You set
No, not an auto level, George. A water level.
I'm sorry, water level. You take this 200-meter water level. You set it at the ends of your beam. You adjust the water level at the left end so that the
it's awful, Mike.
At the same height as the surface of your beam, and then you go to the right end with the other end of your water level, and you see that it's exactly at the same height. Fine. That's going to be the same whether you're on a globe Earth or a flat Earth. They're going to register the same.
Well, I would happen to agree with you that it should be the same regardless. But it seems to me like, unless there's a huge misunderstanding, you were saying something different 2 days ago.
No. Now, if you take a spirit level, remember, you leveled that beam at the center of the beam. Now, you take and you move that machinist's spirit level along the beam as you go towards the right end or the left end, then it's going to register different. It's going to show that either end is higher than the middle.
Yes, this is
okay, that is what you said the other day, and I would disagree with
geometry
that.
Flat.
Okay, well, I'll have to figure out maybe a test.
Basic
geometry.
I called you a flat earther.
My name's
Insisting that your flat earth geometry will work.
I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if
Right
you
on the
think you can
surface,
even
no
approach it
deviation,
with a sad
yourself
naked
this
caveman
way.
eyeball in a
Look
bubble
for the test.
of air.
My
There's a
math.
reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry.
Go ahead, Rob.
Did he say a five-sided square?
I just wanted to read something real quick on the water level with the micrometer. It's 1/100th of a millimeter is its accuracy.
1/100th of a millimeter. Okay, that's 10 microns. Okay.
Okay, so the communicating water level 77 is based on the law of communicating vessels. George, do you know what the law of communicating vessels is? Do you think that's just like an idea or a theory? Or do you think
I have no
it's
idea. I've never
like
heard that term. I've never heard that term before. So
okay, well, this is a Swiss-made communicating water level 77.
I don't know what that means. I'd have to study it to see what this thing is. So what's your point?
The water level. It's the water level for creating a horizontal plane of reference.
No, it doesn't establish a horizontal plane of reference.
Well, yes, it does. That's what it does.
Okay,
Why would you say it doesn't?
Okay, just a minute. The horizontal plane of reference that you get with an auto level is...
No, I said a water level.
Well, you shut
up. I said a water level.
Yes, water level.
So why are you talking about an auto level?
Because I'm tired. Jesus. Sometimes I get a little tongue-tied, all right? Give me a break.
Wasn't well.
I've been on here.
All right, well, it's not Jesus' fault, so you don't have to swear it. Anyways.
Well, you're criticizing me because sometimes I misspeak.
Okay. I just want you to check out the law of communicating vessels.
Rob, to be fair, he has been in here hours today. So
hold on a minute.
I just got here. I missed you guys. I got a new headset today. I'm back.
Will you let me finish or not?
Yeah, sorry, George.
Okay, on your water level, on this precision Swiss-made water level, if you were to take the two ends and you want to establish a horizontal plane, if you drew a line between the two ends, that horizontal plane is established for the center of the water level. It's not.
So like So you would pin one side, right? You like pin it. So you got your mark at one of your vessels, right? And then you could take that other vessel wherever you want, right? Because see this communicating this tool consists of two measuring columns, a depth micrometer, and a connecting hose. The length of the hose to be defined by the user. I posted a picture in the live chat just so you can read along with me if you wanted to. Yeah, the connecting hose, the length is defined by the user. Right?
That's
so
fine.
let's just say I have.
Hold on a minute. Got it.
Yeah, I'm listening.
So you take your two vessels. Say one is A, one is B. You make your mark at A. You move B around to wherever you want. You mark at B. Okay? Now, you draw a line between A and B, between those two marks.
Yeah, it's a straight line.
Oh, you shut up.
That's a straight line.
Yes, you're drawing a straight line.
Yeah. I'm just making sure I'm following along. I'm tracking with you, Sally. Boring.
I'm gonna get out of here if you're talking over me.
Yeah, keep going. Sorry.
Now, that line, that straight line that you've drawn between A and B on the two ends or the two vessels of this water level, that horizontal is only valid for the point that's midpoint between A and B. It's only valid for that point. That is not the same horizontal as you would get at A or at B, but it's only valid for the center, the midpoint between the two vessels.
What?
Yes.
Yeah, that's weird.
Doesn't make any sense.
You need. No, the water level doesn't care about the earth.
Yes, it does.
Why would you have micrometers on bits that are like both as far away from the bit that you're say you want? What's that about, George?
It's so that you can precisely determine the heights or the elevations.
No, it's for like.
Yes, it is.
It's for measuring and leveling machine beds.
Yes.
like
You want to
equipment.
make sure.
Yeah,
You want to make sure. You want to make sure. Hey, stop it. You want to make sure
Come on,
your
Joel.
machine bed.
You gotta let
is
us have a turn too,
every
man.
point on, you want to make sure that every point on that bed is at the same elevation. That's what you mean that the bed is
The
level.
same horizontal, George. Do you not
No, it's not
understand
the same
about the straight
nope,
lines?
No, it's not the same horizontal.
He can't do it, man. He can't do it.
I think you might want to look into that, George, or at least try and...
Sugar cookie.
Sugar cookie ain't even saying shit.
So he's a bit... You see, he was a little bit highly strung. Nice. Well done, Mike. Anytime Rams wants to come on in, he knows where it is. Get that. Save that for us. Proof for proof. Ram says he can prove. I like it. So George is showing everyone how he get. Like, you can hear his mic as well when he starts getting like this. Most of the time you can't hear him. I think we're going to get into exactly how to work these tools in a bit.
What?
Hopefully.
I gotta go plug my phone in. I'm gonna be here still though.
You do seem to get really het up, George, about this. Like you're defending it.
Because you guys are talking over me. You are.
No, man. I was just following along with you, George. I was making sure that we were on the same page.
Rob is not adhering to the agreement that we made. That's what's pissing me off.
See, George made an agreement. We made an agreement with George that we have to let George talk all of the time, and nobody can talk when George is talking. Even if people are talking and George decides he wants to talk, that was the rule that we had with George, because George was a cantankerous old twat. But we liked him. We liked George, and I personally don't think George had many friends within the Blue Marble Science community. So he did like coming round, and I don't know if George ever got chance to talk to the Blue Marble Science community like this. There was a room of people all talking to him. A bit like Larry the other day. He doesn't get much chance to talk, or maybe they like to talk over there in Gem Pandas. Shout out Gem Panda. There's a room of people. We call it the Dogmatic Globe HQ, where all like anybody who gets really triggered about reality, they can go over there and sit in Gem Panda's server and like feel safe. That if anybody does come in to mention something about reality, there's enough people in there to divert them and sort of get them out there, make sure they shut up, get them to leave, mute them, or do whatever. It doesn't really matter. You know what it's like if you've ever been over there in Gem Pandas. If you've never been over there in Gem Pandas, I'd advise not to. But you could try it if you wanted to. Just know that. Well, at least you'd know what the sort of stuff that we are actually talking about here. I was actually just looking up for the communicating vessels there. That's an interest reader if you try and do that. You want to see how the Blue Marble Science works? Is Rob here? He's not here, is he? Shout, he's listening in. I don't think he should have said that. It works against just reality. As soon as you mention anything like that, the Blue Marble scientists go to work scrubbing the internet, making sure there's nothing there for you to reference in the future. Very, very, very dodgy sort of stuff.
All right,
well, Rob's come in late.
I was trying to get a word in edgewise.
Rob.
No, Rob wasn't here.
Rob wasn't here. Yeah, Rob, we have a special.
My bad. I already have a problem with talking over people. So I should be given a little bit of grace. Just a little bit. I'm sorry,
Well,
Snowball.
listen, we made a special deal with George today that he gets to finish his stuff. Like when he says something, we let him finish. So
Like
he can't be mocked.
When we're talking, if
I'm sorry,
George
George
starts talking, you just have to stop. Because if you carry on, then George says you're over talking him. And you just have to listen to that, because that's the agreement that we've made today.
Okay, if that's, I can understand if that's part of the agreement. I won't cut anybody off.
So don't let anybody tell you that we didn't respect George. I mean, where else would you go where you could have those sort of rules? Who else would abide by those sort of rules for George? And then you get loads of people like we had at the weekend saying that we disrespected George. George came over here talking to us. It's pretty obvious by all of these conversations that we had with George that we're a respectful group of people. It's here. You can listen to it. This is a normal, everyday conversation. We're just normal people. This is what it's like. Loads of different sort of people in the world, and we have most of them here. Everyone's welcome. No matter what, whether you've got a dogmatic globe, whether you're a flat earther, whether you actually just live in reality and want a conversation with somebody, whether you want to try and escape the madness of modern life, just come and have a chat. Well, you can do it with us, Rob. That's all right. We don't give a shit. We're used to it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thanks, Bev. I'm still kicking around, don't worry. I just got to go plug my phone.
Oh, I think he's gone out for 5 minutes, I think he said.
Was that a hashtag thank you, Bev? Or was that just a thank you, Bev? Just wondering.
No, mine are always legit.
I think the hashtags are legit, too.
Yeah, George has stepped out for 5 minutes now anyway, so we can... All the pressure's off. We can all just talk to each other with no problems like we used to.
I'm still wanting to know. I want to physicalize these marks, his lines, but the horizontals are intersecting.
No, I feel like he doesn't understand. Like, they designed this water level that has high precision to level out machinery tables and whatnot, to be able to go around pieces of machinery, over top of them, underneath them, all these other things. If it was like, if it's not level the way everybody normally understands level, then it's not a practical tool to use in that application. You want the machine to be level, like fucking level. Spirit level.
Wouldn't that be the most accurate tool for establishing the curve? I mean, look at how fucking exact it is. Like, why do they do that? Why would they use that tool for machine beds if what they actually wanted was the most accurate fucking curve? And why has nobody ever decided to use that for getting the curvature of the fucking Earth? They're crazy. Yeah. I don't know what they're doing.
They just haven't worked it out, the problems yet.
Well, I mean, I see a possibilities here, right? Because if the curvature of the Earth is out there to get fucking done, well, this is the way to do it. We could be the guys. I mean, how much money would we make? I mean, we're not flat earthers. And how much difference would it make measuring a curve in the water level?
You still got the quadratic function of the quadratic.
Shit, yeah, the you can't get around that. Nah. Still impossible, then, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they use that to prove the curve then, these water levels? They should be like, oh, Bev, good idea. Thanks for mentioning the water level. Now we can use it to show curve.
You got to get around that quadratic function, like Buster just said.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I thought you'd stepped out for a bit.
Yes, you can. You could use the water level to prove or disprove a curve the way I told you to do it. Okay, I'll tell you real quick. is you you establish a water level, say a kilometer, and you have several risers. You have the two end risers, and say you have 3 risers in the center, as many as you want between the two ends, okay? You set your water level up, then you take a theodolite or take an auto level and go to, say, the left end and sight the right end with towards the, let's say the left end is A, the right end is B. So you, after you have your water level set up, all these different risers, you take your auto level to end A, and you sight towards end B, and you look to see if all the water heights in each of the risers is in line with the crosshair from the auto level. If they're all in line with the crosshair from the auto level, you have a flat earth. If they're not all in line with the crosshair, it's a curved earth. And I predict that what you will see when you set an auto level at A and sight towards B, you're going to see that the water heights in each of the risers as you move towards B falls further and further below your horizontal line.
Right, what, George, I don't know whether you heard that. That was George telling everyone how to prove the curve of the Earth. He did mention flat, but it's not. It's just a water level being horizontal. But what he was describing there, if anyone sounded familiar, it was Slice Barkane's test. Now, I don't know if Slice Barkane is actually ever going to go and do his test, or once he realised he couldn't do it in the first place, whether he just decided to forget about it. I think he did, really, because I think he knows it's impossible for him to be able to put the tubes together, or actually put 16 tubes next to each other end to end. It's too hard for him. He's you know, he's not used to doing things like that. It might be, I think he's having trouble with his weight or something, and it's a long way for him to walk. So Slice Barkane won't be able to do that. But that's what he's talking about. Slice Barkane's 16 meter. I think he called it the bending water level experiment. He said he was going to do it, and he bit much like Rumpus. I think he's on the Rumpus schedule. Slice Barkane is. So shout out Slice Barkane if you can ever get round to attempting to do the test that you got a load of money for. I think he got it. It was way back when the P1000s first came out, and he added that onto his GoFundMe, so people paid him for all of that money, and he got all of that stuff, and then didn't do anything. In fact, Slice Barkane, he's about the same sort of time that Red's Rhetoric was doing the $100,000 scam. So that could have been part of it, actually. Slice Barkane and the bending water level experiment scam, where he ended up getting theodolites and cameras and all sorts of stuff. He got loads of stuff. Hey, they're very generous. He didn't actually do it, and this thing that George has just spoke about never actually got done. We did our realising Euclid test, but this one never happened. Didn't occur.
What if you can't see him to reference anything?
Well, then you're screwed.
Well, then you can't prove it.
Yeah, there is a way you could do it. All right. Say at each riser.
Wait a minute, George. How would you measure that?
What do you mean, measure it?
Well,
I just told you.
With a measuring rod.
Or you could use a measuring rod too. You could set up a measuring rod next to your riser.
Wouldn't that be a difference in elevation though? Because you're using an auto level.
No.
And a drop from the horizontal is a measured change in the vertical, right?
It's drop from horizontal established at point A. Yes, you could measure it with a measuring rod.
So that would be an elevation change.
No, it's not an elevation change. Not
But
on
that's
a
what an
curved earth.
auto level does. See, this is, I don't know if Blue Marble's listening in. This is a bit of a problem that we've been going over. A measured change from the horizontal is an elevation change. So if you're measuring it, like George is suggesting, you would be measuring an elevation change. But this is where I was asking a question to Blue Marble Science the other day. I said, how do you know it's not an elevation change? Because a measured change from horizontal is an elevation change. So how do you know when you're saying 95 feet below or whatever distance below? How do you know that's not an elevation change? Valid question. It's a hard one for the Blue Marble Scientist to answer. Really hard.
No.
Yeah, it is. You measure an elevation change.
Only if you do a differential leveling technique.
But that's
with
what,
an auto level.
yeah, but that's what you do. Foresight and backsight.
You're not listening. If you set your auto level and sight towards from A and sight towards B, you're not doing a backsight and a foresight. You're just doing a foresight. You're just looking down to the end of B, and that's different.
But a backsight and a foresight means that you move your auto level.
You're not moving your auto level. You set it at A and leave it at A and sight towards B, and then look at each of the water heights in your risers.
Usually, George, when you're doing differential leveling, the backsight is looking in that direction. George,
you're not doing differential leveling.
Stop shouting, please.
You are not doing differential leveling in this test.
Why not?
Because differential leveling will follow the curve of the Earth.
So, yeah, but let's say we have another water level going in the opposite direction. So the backsight has a water level going off in that direction. And then when we turn round our auto level, just turn it around through 180 degrees, then we've got our foresight. Because that's what it is, foresight and backsight.
Yes, what about double riding? Whenever you do a backsight and a foresight, you remove the curvature of the Earth.
So there you go. This is how to remove the curvature of the Earth. What you do is you rotate the auto level through 180 degrees. And just like magic, the curvature of the Earth just disappears. So if you've ever been looking for the curvature of the Earth, what you might find is that somebody's already been there and they've turned an auto level around. Right? Thus making all of the curvature of the Earth disappear. It's a slight magic trick, but George has just let you into it. That's why you may be, if you cannot find curvature of the Earth, it's likely that there has been a surveyor there at some point and he's rotated his auto level, like George explains here. George, if you've got a water level going in each direction, then you are going to measure a drop in each direction.
The instant you
Why
move
can
your
George
auto
not
level,
see this, guys?
the instant you move your auto level to do a backsight and foresight, you have removed the curvature of the Earth.
You don't move it to do a backsight and a foresight, George. Every time you move your auto level, you do a backsight and a foresight.
And you remove the curvature of the Earth.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
By turning an auto level 180 degrees, you remove the curvature of the Earth.
Correct.
That's correct. So, if you want to know how to get rid of curvature, obviously George knows about these things. Although claiming not to be a surveyor, he seems like he's let you in on a little bit of a trick. Why they can never find any curvature. Because it's like a curvature on-off switch on a theodolite. Just rotating the auto level makes the curvature disappear. You like switch it off. Switch curvature off. He was just looking in one direction though. Somebody made him turn round. You should never turn round whenever you're doing globe geodetic surveying. Especially armchair stuff. Well, I suppose if you're doing the armchair stuff, you've only got a picture looking in one direction. It's a bit hard to turn around with that. So the blue marble armchair geodetic surveyors never have this problem. Only when people like George are attempting to do sophistry about these professional things. Sounds fantastic, George.
It isn't fantastic because the Earth is symmetrical about your position of the auto level. So you have the same drop in the backside as you have in the foresight, and when you do a differential leveling, they subtract out.
That's a double drop, George.
No, it's not a double drop. It's equal drops in both directions, and when you do your backside foresight, they subtract out.
I'm not so sure. Have you ever done any surveying, George?
Oh, Bill.
No, I'm being serious, George. Have you ever done any surveying?
Yeah, that's why plane surveyors never need to correct for the curvature of the Earth.
George,
because when you do a different,
please.
Well, you're interrupting.
You just asked me.
You're interrupting. You're interrupting. Stop interrupting. Whenever you do a backside and a foresight.
He's now telling me about interrupting when I'm asking him if he's ever actually done any surveying. And so he's telling me now that I'm interrupting him. So he can talk now and never have to answer that question. That's surprising, isn't it?
In plane surveying, that's why they do not have to correct for the curvature of the Earth, because a backside and a foresight drops out the curvature of the Earth. Done.
Right. Have you ever done any surveying, differential leveling?
I just told you, yes. Y-E.
Okay, so you realise that all you're doing is just turning the auto level.
What are you doing? Is
scope.
The scope 180 degrees, and that drops out the curvature of the Earth.
Wow. That sounds good. So that's like flicking that switch, the curvature switch, on-off switch.
You don't have a curvature switch on an auto level.
I know, but you can just turn it around. You just sort of move the scope a bit, and you can have the same effect, can't you, as the curvature on-off switch?
You don't have an on-off switch, and what I'm saying.
I mean, in the theodolite.
Bell, yes. If you spin.
Can he finish what he was just about to say?
If you spin the scope of an 180 degrees and you sight range poles equidistant from the auto level, so that you don't have any unbalanced distances between the range poles on a foresight and backside, the Earth's curvature drops out.
George, have you ever done a two-peg test?
Mm-hmm. Many times to calibrate my auto level.
Right, so you realise that they're not the same distance, they're offset, right?
Well, you can start the easiest way to do the two-peg test, in principle, yes, Beth, but the easiest way to do
Isn't that what you just said? That negates the curvature. So in order to do your two-peg test, to check it, you do the thing that puts the curvature there.
No, you don't.
You offset them, don't you?
There's several ways to do a two-peg test. The easiest way to do a two-peg test is you set your auto level up and you set two range poles equidistant from the auto level. You do a back sight and make a mark on range pole or read the reading. then you do a foresight and read or make a mark on the range pole in the 180 degrees away. Those 2 points now, you're guaranteed at the same elevation. Now you take your auto level and say you go to the left range pole and you set your auto level up, say 10 feet away, and you sight the mark on your range pole. Then you flip the scope 180, rotate it 180 degrees, and you sight the mark on the far range pole to see if the auto crosshairs are hitting the mark that you establish. If it doesn't, then you adjust the auto compensator so that the mark is halfway in between, so that the crosshairs are halfway in between the deviation between where it's sighting and what the mark on the pole is. Then you know you're dialed in.
So it shows that the marks are parallel or the same, right?
Parallel horizontals, yeah.
Right, George, with the 2 peg test, just to make sure it's working and it's all exactly horizontal.
It's nothing to do with horizontal.
The auto level, yeah, of course it is.
Yes. When
I
you
know.
move the let's say you have your two. Let's say you have your 2 pegs, A and B. Say they're.
Yeah, it must be really confusing to be on the Dogmatic Globe surveying team. Auto level establishes a horizontal, and you have a check that establishes horizontal, but George says you don't negate the curvature when you do that. And I don't know whether you heard it because his mic was tripping in and out, but he said that there would be a discrepancy and you'd alter your crosshairs. So I don't really know what's going on. Georgie's trying to attempt to, it's right near the end, it's about to go. This is what happens. George, there's no need for you to explain. We've already explained that to everybody already. Like I'm sure we can do it much better than you can.
Say 10 feet away from one of the pegs after you establish 2 marks on the 2 pegs at the same elevation. You have taken out the Earth's curvature at 10 feet away. The Earth's curvature is ever so slight that it's not
10 feet away.
Oh, right, okay.
Oh my God, dude.
So you do whatever you did before, but there's no curvature there. So that's all. That's fancy, that, Judge. Yeah.
That's not a differential leveling. When you
that's a 2 peg test, level, George.
It is when you
out doing your daily. Still have a bad record, I think. Work.
Keep talking over me. I'm out of here.
I can't hear what you're saying, George, so I don't know whether you're talking or not.
He bounced.
Is he gone? I'm not surprised.
Yeah, he's gone.
That was pretty fucking disturbing, that, to know that George, I mean, I don't know if anybody listening or whatever, but George has never done any surveying ever. He's never done any differential surveying leveling. He hasn't got a clue.
He's just trying to rectify their problems and is doing even worse than no longer. I mean, I'm even at a loss for words, even how to describe it. You want to establish a line, but the only thing you can do is look down it, and if you can't see it, you're screwed. I mean, is that how things work nowadays?
Damn. Yeah.
No, he's going. I could post my picture. Sorry, Buster.
That's all right.
No, that was good. I'm glad he came back for that, right? I'm still recording. Yeah. I'm glad he came back, and hopefully he'll come back again. But like I say, he's told us as much as we can know, right? George doesn't really know anything about anything. And what he does know is about his model.
If you enjoyed the content...
George only knows stuff about the dogmatic globe model. That's all he ever knew. He doesn't actually know how to do any surveying. which is a little bit disturbing because we've noticed there are a load of people, call them shadow giants or wannabe shadow giants, that go around telling everybody about what they imagine happens. And then they can also go around telling people that they don't understand it. They're the ones, like, not George. Like, George can make shit up. And if anybody doesn't agree with George, then he could just sort of tell them that they didn't know. I think he did that a lot. He went over to, perhaps he went over to Blue Marble. I don't know. I don't know whether who was leading the push against reality, or the push against the geometric understanding of reality. Because that's going out the window. There's a conspiracy at the minute led by these people. I don't know whether you got a chance to listen to any of it last night. Blue Marble Science at the Blue Marble Science headquarters, telling people how to make measurements. But guess what? They didn't make any measurements. Larry Scott just talked about angles. And I don't know about everybody else. I don't class an angle as a measurement. When people are talking about surveying, if they just come back with a load of angles, I'd say that's not measurements. It's just a load of angles. You've got to be able to do other things. Like they said last night, you can do fuck all with an angle. You need more things, many more things, in order for you to be able to do anything with them. The push against reality, Wally. I doubt it. We're showing people reality. Don't worry about it, Wally. Your model will be fine. The dogmatic globe can survive fine. Don't worry about reality and us talking about reality, Wally. That's all we're doing here. Talking about reality. Yet you've got people like, where's Wally? Saying that we're pushing against reality. Like somebody needs to defend that shit. Wally and Blue Marble Science and all of these people, they're old enough to know that reality can survive on its own. It doesn't need defending. Yeah, Wally. You can do fuck all with an angle. That's a statement that Blue Marble and Larry both agreed with last night. So if all you've got is an angle, sorry, Wally, you can do fuck all with it. It's not much of a measurement, is it? Can't do anything with it. But hey, that's Dogmatic Globe. Blue Marble. Well, I say Blue Marble Science, but Wally's in the chat. Wally Maths. What's a protractor do again, Wally? What? I don't know. Does anybody know what protractors do? Protractors don't measure angles, Wally. You measure angles and you use tools to aid you. The problem is, if all you've got is an angle, then you can do fuck all with it geometrically. A statement agreed to by Larry Scott and Blue Marble Science. So all we need now is Nathan Oakley and Wally to be able to agree that you can actually do fuck all with just an angle. Yes, Wally. Brilliant argument, Wally. I suppose you'll definitely do well. Come and have a word with your guy Rams in the chat. He'll help you out with those sort of arguments. Me and Rams have got a date, I think. And Mike's setting it up. We're doing proof for proof. I'll prove that level is horizontal, and horizontals are parallel to each other. And I think he's going for the defending the blue marble. It's not. He's going for the not that. Wally, if anybody's in the chat, can help Wally out. How is a protractor different from a ruler?
It's curved for me. But okay.
One of them's
Maybe.
for angles, Wally. One's for a straight line distance. You can't really put angles on a straight line. There is no angle on a straight line. So one of them doesn't measure any angles, just 180 degrees. Nobody's going to try and add any extra degrees to a straight line, are they? So one of them's a ruler for measuring straight line distances. And the other one is just a protractor. It's like a curve. It's like a semicircle type thing. Since angles are like just part of a circle. You measure the fraction of a circle, basically. Portion. Well, there you go. I guess Wally's won that argument. Both measure a thing. So that's we're doing blue marble science. Like a bubble is the same as a plumb bob. Yeah. Wally's saying a ruler is the same as a protractor because they both measure things. Round of applause for Wally.
Things?
Yeah, things.
Very specific, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what an angle is, Wally. Inclination of two straight lines to one another. If you don't have straight lines, you have a non-measurable angle. You can only measure angles with straight lines. Unfortunately, for some dogmatic globe believers. So yeah, we have had a bit of a conversation going about the perpendicularity, and strangely enough, perpendicular is it's sort of an angular relationship, but it's just the right angle, the one that's correct, the one that they're all equal about the two straight lines, 4 angles, all equal. Perpendicular. Some people say that vertical and horizontal can't be. That relationship of perpendicular. Yeah, they say now that vertical and horizontal cannot be perpendicular. Sounds fantastic, but that's new modern science. The modern day blue marble geometers, mathematicians, modern day, have decided that it's not possible for you to have vertical and horizontal being perpendicular, because perpendicular is a relationship of 2 straight lines, and you can't risk somebody else placing another perpendicular on that horizontal. It causes too many problems. People saying, well, you've got 2 perpendiculars to a horizontal, like Blue Marble explained. Somebody want to come in?
Marty in here.
All right.
I did want to say something. Hey, thanks for playing that micrometer portion of George earlier. That was genius. Genius. Thank you.
Well, you have to keep it quiet, because that sort of stuff is going to get scrubbed from the internet. You're better
Yeah,
off
but you
like
can't.
leaving it there, aren't you?
I know, but you can't scrub it from reality.
Well, you watch. It's 2023. It's happening. Trust me. I've watched it. You have to be like, just because you want to try and get one over on somebody in these little chat rooms. Well, what they do is they tell their superiors about this thing. That's why they always want to know sources about stuff, because they want to know where you've got that from, because then they trot off there and they do a little bit of computer wizardry, either to make it disappear or to change some of the words within it. And you know they do it, right? It's happens all the time. Things disappear, things move, things change.
Yeah, but how are you going to scrub a micrometer from existence?
You just make it specialist. You make it so only certain people can get their hands on them.
Well, I'm going to have to get a hold of that Wagner group and try and get my hands on one of these micrometers then.
They cost a lot.
Before they're all off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they are expensive, those ones. I think there was a 16-pot one where they had 16 of them, and obviously you supply the tubing. So there's just these little bits that you can plug in, put them on whatever you want. Highly accurate tools. But I mean, it's not needed for this particular conversation, right? Those micrometers. It's irrelevant to what we talk about. It's just bringing numbers into it. The actual principles of what we talk about still stand, whether those tools can go to the micrometer or not. It doesn't make any difference to the geometric principles.
Yeah. Agreed. 0.00 is good enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. A standard. And yeah, it was interesting last night listening to how Larry was telling everyone about him measuring angles only, and then pointing out that you could do fuck all with just an angle. He needed loads of other stuff, but never talked about it. Never talked about any of that sort of stuff to help out any of the Blue Marble scientists. And he never talked about any dogmatic globe proof or anything. I'm still adamant that we are the only people that deal in proofs in this entire arena. We're not flat earthers. We're not globe earthers. But we can find proofs. Like there are proofs in reality, definitely. Absolutely. And it just amazes me that there aren't that many people that want to even attempt to come and ask what they are. How can I get some of this? I quite like the idea of getting myself some proof. How do I do that? Nobody's interested. Yet nobody knows what proof is. Nobody can converse with us and tell us what proofs they have got. So as far as I know, within this arena, for the last 4 years, we've been on our own, developing logical proofs. We're developing tests in reality to actually get come to a conclusion about reality and relating it to geometric principles. Now, we can easily show people how we do this, and I'm going to be developing writing these tests out. The logic and all of that, obviously, there are logical statements, there are logical arguments that we've already done them. They can't be beat. But the logical arguments lead to a proof in reality. You can derive proofs within reality, definitely, by linking these logical statements and the arguments to find the proof. First off, you make the proof within an argument. You make sure your argument is rock solid. You then relate that argument to reality, which it obviously must be. Otherwise, it's not going to be a statement relating to reality if it can't be proved true or false. If it can't be said to be true or false in each of the statements, then you're not going to make an argument. You're not going to make a statement to start off with. You have to relate it to reality. In either for you to say something is true or false, it has to be related to reality. Otherwise, you can't make that statement. So you make your statements in reality and then relate your test to reality. And then you can take the test to reality and check the results. If they confirm with your argument and your proofs within the logical statement, then you confirm your argument. Becomes a proof. You can then hand it on to somebody else for them to check. See whether they can falsify it. If they can't falsify it, then they gain the proof for themselves. They get a verification. And people can do that. Loads of people can do it. Anyone can do it for themselves. Very strange that nobody wants to.
There is a serious problem, psychological problem here, because if someone cannot want to have this proof because it would destroy his worldview, so this is some difficulty. Psychological only, but that would be for me explanation why some people don't want to hear that kind of proofs.
That might be a lot of people. I mean, if anybody's out there listening, right? If you were told that there was a proof in reality, would you want to know it? For fear that it might ruin your worldview. You might have to reconsider what you already thought if you were to find a proof in reality. Would that upset people? Is that why there's not many people here? Not many of us. Because, like I say, I consider myself different in the fact that I don't have a model. And I don't have a model means I don't have to go one way or the other. I can just go with reality. I don't need to fear anything for me having to drop preconceived ideas because I have none.
I think psychologically it makes sense, right? That reality is scary to probably the vast majority of human beings. Reality itself is scary. We tell ourselves stories all the time to escape reality, whatever that reality might be. We all do it to a certain extent. So I would totally agree with you. I think this is an uber reaction to reality.
I think that's what this conversation is within this arena.
Yeah.
Like that most people are, I don't want to say scared of reality, but, you know, like there is a fear of whatever we've just explained, right? Of finding something that may go against your preconceived ideas.
Right.
And that's a fearful sort of thing. But this arena is a flat globe. Globe flat. No, it's flat, it's globe. Right? When really they don't ever have to look for proofs of reality because either one of the models, whichever one they've chose, might be at risk.
Exactly.
If you were to find a not that. But I think most people live within the not that. When I say most people, that may be biased, right? Because the people that I managed to get to talk to within this arena, right? I tend to consider model afflicted. But when I go out in reals, it's not as bad as this particular arena. I mean, people still don't really know much about anything. But within this arena, there is a veil that gets shut down, cast over them. And I think that's a fear of people not wanting to even consider this reality.
Agreed. Yeah, and I think that's why the dichotomy between those who work with their hands out in reality, and by the way, I'm not one of those people, right? I sit at a desk all day and I try and write the same sentence 5 times when I'm talking to Bevan in my mornings. But I think most people that actually work with their hands outside, I'll use spot on as an example, right? They have a much easier time accepting what reality is because they're living in the reality constantly. They're doing things in it constantly. They're building things. They're constructing things. They might be crane operators. They might be, right. It doesn't really matter if you're out there working with your hands. But you have in these Discord channels, it's very rare that you have that, right? You've got a lot of desk jockeys that have their opinion, or you've got the academics that come in like Betty, right? Or you've got the 40-year engineers that really don't do anything in actual reality because other people in factories and such build what they draft as engineers. So it is rare, right? I think nowadays, especially in Western society, I'll say it's pretty rare to find people that actually work in reality outside. Maybe we're getting back there, right? I mean, maybe that's what's going to end up with the downfall of Western society, which I firmly believe is on its way, if not already here. Yeah. Maybe we'll all be working out in reality pretty soon.
I think there's going to be people struggling because I think within this framework, we're in an arena where there's a lot of people who, some people that went to college, some people that didn't go to college. Right now, the people that didn't go to college can imagine they can go either way. They can imagine that they're not as clever as the people that did go to college, or they can sort of go along with the people that did go to college and pretend that they also went to college, right? Just a different subject, just different stuff. So you can fit into this group quite easily. And then there's the other people who didn't go to college, but don't particularly feel like that they fit in with that group of people.
Yeah.
And they're the normal people, let's say. And they've been put down. They've been told at school that they didn't know maths and they couldn't do this sort of stuff. So it's much easier if you go and do cookery or, sports, whatever. And that's the way you end up. And most of the people like that, I think, are the plumbers and the builders, bricklayers, carpenters and joiners. They literally work with their hands, very skilled people, but they didn't necessarily go to university or anything, academic reasons, practical. And all people live in reality. But I think some people are just closer to it. Although people who work in offices may think that's a bit unfair. I suppose it is, really.
Well, it may be unfair, but I don't think it's untrue at all. I as someone who I don't, my home is my office, but as someone who works quote in an office, I would totally agree with that. I would defer on items of physical reality outside my 4 walls of where I live. I would tend to defer to someone like Spot On because I've built some stuff before. I've built a deck on one of the homes I owned and done some of that kind of stuff. But the skilled things like masonry and bricklaying and building foundations and putting up walls and building houses, that I have no clue. But I could talk a good game on Discord if you let me.
Call a Mason.
Yeah. putting brakes on, doing brakes and stuff like that. It's a freaking mystery to me.
Yeah.
And
really, there isn't any experts, though, is there? And if the way I consider an expert to be should be somebody who can explain what they're doing very simply. Explain something very complicated simply.
Very simply. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Absolutely.
And if you get somebody who tells you you don't understand and you aren't capable of it, well, that's not necessarily on you. More often than not, it's on the person that's saying that. They're making up for their own inadequacies because they can't explain whatever it is. There's a lot of that in this bunny ear arena.
Yeah, definitely. And I do like what you said about, characters like Wally who feel like they need to defend their dogmatic globe when it shouldn't need defending. Proofs don't need defending, right? You could explain how you get a proof in reality, but it doesn't need defending. You just go out and do it yourself. Find the black swan, right? If you want to claim that there is no proof for something that someone says that there's a proof, find the black swan. Then that proof no longer is a proof anymore. But it's interesting that characters like Wally will not capitulate, not concede to that idea.
I think that their problem is also that they are trying to explain something without a proof. Because normally you have proof, and then you can explain your theory because you have proof. But if you haven't got any proof and you are trying to explain, in fact, your not theory, speculation, the burden of proof is to explain it clearly is on you. I have experience as a teacher, so if someone is not getting what I am saying, for example, about music, it is on me to explain to him in that way that he could understand, not on him. If he is not understanding, this is my fault as a teacher. So if we don't understand what they are talking about and they have no proof, it means that they fail, not us.
That's where I think our strengths are within that ability, because people keep telling us that we don't understand. That's what they keep telling us. Yet we're the ones that are figuring these things out, and in them saying that, we have developed advanced simplicity. So now we can explain these things very simply. And the people that say that we don't understand are now saying they don't understand what we're saying, even though we've simplified it simple enough for a child to understand, I'd say. We can lead you through a few steps, as though you would be leading a child, and these steps are so simple that anyone can follow along with them. Well, I say anyone. There's a certain group of people who can't. They can't bear to see these things because, I say, they are proofs. And they are proofs that you gain for yourself through a few simple statements. You can't deny them, really. That's the problem. Whereas the blue marble scientists have to. Their dogmatic model and the globe tells them that they must deny these basic proofs, like perpendicularity. So this horizontal and vertical being perpendicular obviously occurs in reality. It's not a flat Earth and it's not globe Earth. It's reality for everyone. There's no denying it. There's no getting away from it. These are fundamental concepts within reality that lay down the laws of, the laws of being in reality. The geometric laws. And the geometric laws are wrote down within geometry, within a series of arguments. That's a perfect axiomatic system. There is zero breaks within it. And some people may say that the new globe, the new blue marble modern science guys, they're trying to change that, like they're doing with like they do with Wiki. They just change definitions of things. Well, they're trying to do that within geometry, but not actually within geometry, but within your mind. They've probably already started it. You probably don't know. The one thing that people should know is that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. Yet, there's some people who have reached a conspiracy stage about that. And the only way you can reach a conspiracy about perpendicularity of horizontal and vertical is the dogmatic globe model. So that's a way for us to prove it. We prove the dogmatic globe model by saying that certain people have to deny it, to deny the perpendicularity. They've turned it into a conspiracy. You thought moon landings was a conspiracy and the flat earth was a conspiracy. Well, this is perpendicularity, the great perpendicularity conspiracy. Going to be hearing a lot more about it because... Oh, who's that?
I was going to say we should somehow use it as a perpendicle.
Well, it is. We were. Well, the perpendicle's just one of them. So, yeah, we do need the perpendicular. They call it the perpendicle because vertical is perpendicular, not the other way around. That's the weird thing, isn't it? The people that we're talking to say that vertical is everything, yet it's called a perpendicle when you hang something down. Well, what's it perpendicular to?
Yes, but perpendicular requires straight line, but there is more basic conspiracy about straight line also. So...
Straight
line.
line.
Say that there is
obviously, I mean, that
conspiracy.
is within the perpendicularity conspiracy, right? The great, because me personally, I consider the perpendicularity a proof of the straight line, that all four right angles being equal. So in turn, if you're going to say there's a great conspiracy about the perpendicularity, then that would necessitate the straight line going as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and of course there is another conspiracy about horizontal line, because in fact on dogmatic globe model there is only a point. So if we are talking about horizontal line, we are just conspiring, because in globe model it doesn't exist. So we are just inventing fancy terms that cannot exist on globe. So there are many conspiracies here. I think every statement we made, it's great conspiracy.
Let me get this one before I do it. Quote Oliver Wendell Holmes. Anyone ever heard of him?
No.
Yeah, what about this then? The hydrostatic paradox of controversy. Don't you know what that means? Is he an author? Sounds a bit like it. Well, I will tell you. You know that if you had a bent tube, one arm of which was the size of a pipe stem, and the other big enough to hold the ocean water, water would stand at the same height in one as the other. Controversy equalizes fools and wise men in the same way, and the fools know it. That's true. Remember that. Controversy equalizes wise men and fools, and the fools know it. Do the wise men know it?
I don't think so. That's a really good question.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Controversy. Why bring any controversy into anything? Well, isn't that the arena we're in? Don't people
Indeed.
like to court controversy rather than just talk about the proofs within reality? I was looking there. Somebody one of the mods must have got it. Guy said that I'm a conspiracy theorist. I'm not. We live on the... I don't know how many times we have to say this. The real globe is where we're at. We're right in the middle. The dogmatic globe, guys, and the flat earthers. We're just on the real globe. Reality, we call it. And we talk about the proofs within reality.
That's the problem, because people living in a matrix, for them, reality is conspiracy. So
Yep, absolutely right, Paper. It's interesting you say that though, Bev, because at the same time people are calling you conspiracy, we've had people in our Discord all day today, one of whom who posted a picture of a essentially a plumb bob, not vertical.
Yeah.
Amazingly enough.
A not plumb bob.
A not plumb bob. Yep. It wouldn't have been that the thing that it was sitting on, because it was like a mantle piece or something. I don't know. It was something that sits on a table or a mantle or something with a perpendicle hanging down onto a scale, and the scale did not read 0. So it couldn't have been the scale was off.
Oh, the table
or that
it was on.
Or the table, the surface that it was sitting on was off. No, that was used to claim that plumb bobs aren't vertical, can't be vertical.
Yeah.
And more than one person claimed that today. I believe we are up to 3 today.
Today,
in our
yes.
Discord.
New people.
Yeah.
And those people are dumb.
Well, they said a lot of interesting things.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I'd say that they are led by a dogmatic belief, right? They have a faith.
Yep.
That tells them that. Well, I don't know. Say the conspiracy. Maybe can you be forced into a conspiracy, or do you imagine that if you're forced into it by your dogmatic, that everyone else is the conspiracy?
Yeah, well, I think that's what Paper was alluding to earlier.
Yeah.
Part of the Matrix. You think reality is a conspiracy. I think that's very true.
So the perpendicularity of vertical and horizontal.
Hang on. Oh, I had to get this in right away. There is no spoon.
There is no spoon.
Well, there is.
Yeah.
In reality, there is a spoon.
In reality, there is a spoon.
Yeah.
But it was about this spoon in Matrix, so it was not real.
Yeah, that's exactly why I said there's no. We all know there's a spoon, but these guys say there is no spoon. Not that.
Well, I don't want to be talking for them, right? We can talk about them, and I'm hoping to be able to get a few of them to come in. We do have proofs, and having conversations is the way that we can exchange our proofs. I personally don't think that anybody who I don't think anybody who's a dogmatic who has dogmatic beliefs, I don't think they can ever come and be led through, or at least let me attempt to explain the proofs that we have and how we derived at them. I don't think anybody with a dogmatic belief would dare to come and do it, because, like Paper was saying, it's scary, right? To be able to think that something may shatter your worldview. Just the chance of it. Iridium says, a conspiracy theorist would call someone a sheeple. I don't think I've done that. You can call me what you want. I don't know what you were calling. You were the one that was calling me a conspiracy theorist. And to be honest about it, you being an extreme minority conspiracy theorist. Well, I would admit I consider myself in a minority of one. There is only me. Like everybody, I assume. Everyone is an individual, right? And we are in a minority. There's no big groups of people to get together or anything like that. We're all just us. I don't.
Which is why we need to be able to converse.
Yeah.
Because we are that minority of one. You're 100% right.
Yeah. So Iridium, if you want to come in and have a chat, it's okay just talking to people in the chat. You never get to have a conversation. You'll just talk to chat people. You don't get anywhere in chat because you assume that people are shouting or triggered or whatever, and it's never real like that. Gadget's a great fella. You're assuming much about when you're talking to him within text chat. It's not real. It's not real conversation. For all you know, Gadget Inspector could have a bot that does all of his typing for him. You never know. Modern day times, you could never know. But if anybody wants to come in and have a chat, just click on the link. It's dead easy to have a chat with us. There's no need to fear anything and misrepresent anybody in the chat. Actually come in and you can actively represent yourself. Ask some questions if that's what you want. You won't really get much in the text. I consider text chat like trolling. It's like Twitter. It's not for proper conversation. Unless some people can talk like that. I don't know. I don't know what new modern times are like with people. Modern day times people. I don't know what they do. Whether they can only talk through text. I like to try and hopefully teach my children to be able to talk to people. And I'm hoping that and I know as an adult, sometimes it can be a bit tricky actually being able to go and speak openly.
Hey, Bev, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, guys.
You'll get
Yeah, hey, how's it going? Yeah, I'm no bad. I'm no bad. I just make sure to. What's his name in the chat?
Iridium.
Yeah, I'm no bad. I'm a real person,
Yeah.
I'm no what chat or what you call it, text chat
Chatbot.
Yeah.
Chatbot, chat troll.
Real people over here. So if you do want to come in and have a chat. See, this is what happens, Gadget. You used to being in the text and doing all of that sort of stuff. And people assume certain things about you. whenever they do that. Much like Iridium. But I mean, you come in, you chat with us. You did the Buster. Everyone can see Gadget's art.
Yeah, of course. I'm a real person, like you, Bev, like Kevin. We're all real people in here.
Yeah.
And everybody has a story to tell. You know, but when you see people coming into the YouTube chat talking a lot of shit, you know, it's same old, isn't it, Bev? Guys, Kevin. Anyway, how's everybody keeping?
Absolutely.
All right.
Wonderful. Good to hear your voice,
Yeah,
Gadget.
How's your job going?
Well, I'm doing brilliant. Jesus, Bev, I'm very busy making loads of money, making my family happy actually at the moment. Summer times here in France,
Yeah.
you know.
How hot
And
is
come
it
here,
over there?
Huh?
How hot is
It's
it
about,
over there?
we're hitting the 30 degrees today.
Yeah.
Degrees, yeah, it's getting very warm, you know.
That's
Hey,
not
Bev,
bad
you
then.
should come down to see me. It's only down the road.
I was talking to my lad today. He wants to get. He's got to get some ID. So we've said rather than get him a provisional, he wants to get a passport, so we can go on trips.
Yeah, take the tunnel over and come down and see me.
Yeah.
We go live at my house. Yeah.
Well, we
I
will
mean,
do if we get my lad a passport. Yeah.
in the Rochelle, I have a bendy bridge as well that goes over to Ile de Ré, but it is bent. You look at it; it is bent. So we might have a look at that with the auto levels. You can bring your auto levels over in the boot. Like you could drive for me, you know. Take the ferry over. Oh no, don't take the ferry. Take the tunnel. You can drive to my house.
Well, we might be going up Snowdon. Have you seen the new photo?
Snowdon. That's where's Snowdon?
In
That rings a
Wales,
bell.
in the UK.
Yeah. Hey, do you know what? Actually, I'm a Dublin lad, right? And from Hote Hill, that's between where I was born, Skerries and Dublin. Hote Hill, we can see Snowdon Island on a clear day. Snowdon Mountain on a clear day.
Nice. Well, hopefully when we go up there, we're going to be able to get Ireland. Hopefully we'll be able to get Ireland and Ben Nevis, and fingers crossed, get some Alps in there as well too.
Yeah, and when you look west, the highest point on the east coast of Ireland towards Dublin is Hote Head. So that's where
That's the hilly part, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Hote Head. Yeah, it's it's the highest point of the east coast. The east coast of Ireland is very low, right? And the west coast is all mountains and shit like that, right? But the east coast is very low. But the highest point is Hote Head, and that's just opposite Snowdon.
Yeah.
It's like if you look from where you're living, Bev, I know whereabouts you are. You see the Isle of Man, and to the left of the Isle of Man, you should see, on a good day, you should be able to see Hote Head.
Yeah, we've never managed to actually do that yet.
Yeah.
Because it's pretty low. We live in a plain, coastal plain, the bit that we are. So about 100 and something feet's about as high as we get, 300 perhaps.
But it all depends, you know, on a good day, you know. Probably, on another day you see shit all, but on there's photographs. I've seen photographs. We can see Wales from Hote Head, which would be impossible on a banana, as they say. Anyways, sorry to put in. What are you guys talking about?
Well, we're just talking about the great perpendicular conspiracy. But I think, these, anytime you say anything like that, other people like Iridium jumps in and says that we're conspiracy theorists. Well, for what? I don't know. He thinks we're a small minority conspiracy theorist group, but we're not. We're far from it.
Yeah. No, he was told that by the council, I think, something like that. You know, he was told to come in here and say that. It's probably Blue Marble Science that told him to come in here, because I've never seen that name before on YouTube chat.
Oh, he's been around for quite a bit.
It's the first time I've seen him, I think, in YouTube chat. Has he been in Discord?
No, he's definitely a text chat troll on the YouTube. thing. He's been around for quite a while. Probably
I say
his
stock
few
account as
different
well,
accounts.
guys. Would he be a stock account Iridium, or is he? Would that be his first account, or?
No, I don't think so. I think he's probably lost a couple of accounts. This one he seems to have had for quite a while. Come on in, like you normally know because they're never coming in to have a chat. It's okay.
What do you think
Everyone
that
can have a
guy,
chat.
Florida Canna? Anybody know who he is? Florida Canna.
I don't know. Possibly WS.
Well,
Not too
yeah.
sure. You know, WS
Yeah.
is gone, hasn't he? He's done a Jesse Kozlowski, so likely changing names, coming back in. I mean, it could be Jesse Kozlowski. Like Blue Marble said, Jesse Kozlowski hasn't left the arena. So he's probably just got... He might have put himself into a bottle of rum and, you know, consoling himself.
Did Blue say that Jesse Kozlowski never left the arena?
Yeah, he said he's still around here, yeah.
Oh, so
apparently he
didn't...
talks to him and all sorts. He's the one that
Yeah.
convinced him to do the unclamping the hump.
Yeah. So listen, I was in the YouTube there, and I gave out the links. Nobody wants to come in to have a chat. You know, just come in and text track show. Huh?
It's tough. It's tough for people. They imagine they've been listening to us for however many years or whatever. I've got near 1,000 videos.
Yeah.
People listen to this group of people and they think we're experienced people. Like we run a show. Like we're all experienced at talking to each other and all of that. Well, we're not. We're just natural, aren't we? None of this is scripted. None of this is rehearsed. We're just people coming in.
How many videos did we go through the Lagos and all that? You know, we're not thick. You know, we went there, we done that, and then you see little. Sorry to be rude, little arseholes coming into the YouTube chat and typing level is not horizontal, you know. Come on, guys. Huh?
It's easy to say, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah.
It's easy to type. Yeah.
See, look, Wally's here. I'll put this in the chat so everybody can see it.
No, but Wally's banned. He can type all he wants. He's banned. Hey, Wally.
Safest place for Wally out there. They told us that, you know, they don't really want him saying this stuff. But Wally says that he emails Jesse all the time. Yeah. He doesn't say he gets any replies back from him. He just...
I was going to say, that must be pretty annoying for Jesse, I would think. Jesus, how many times do I got to get shit from this guy in Australia?
Yeah, exactly, Kevin. Yeah. Hey, come here. Wally saw Rumpus videos for the wreck.
He said he has, yeah. Him and Blue Marble Science. Some of the most reliable people for all of this. Yes, Wally and Blue Marble Science have seen Rumpus's videos that obviously don't exist.
Wow.
So just a proof of a lie, really, isn't it?
Yeah. I think they're all lying, Bev, because we all know there's no videos, right? And I don't know, Wally or Blue, if you're there, shows proof that you saw Rumpus's videos.
There's no proof.
No, there's no proof.
No, Rumpus would be able to do it by showing us the video, putting one of his videos out, like just a short 10-second clip. That'd be all you need.
Yeah. Maybe it's a secret, Bev. It's a secret. It's a secret because for them the world is a globe. Thus, it's a secret, so they can't share with us. Probably, I don't know. The wreck, you know. That's what you think, Kev.
It's dogmatic. You already know what they're gonna say, right?
I know.
And they only say something different when you point out their contradictions. And all you're doing when you point out a contradiction is giving them a proof of their dogmatic model. Yet what they do is, with that proof of the dogmatic model, is they don't want you to seem like you have the proof and they don't. So they deny it. They tell you, they gaslight you to tell you that you don't actually have a proof of their dogmatic model. And in the end, all you're trying to do is convince somebody of their dogmatic model, and they don't want it. So I don't know why most people talk to people like that.
No, I'm just having fun now in the YouTube chat, you know, just slagging them off and that, you know, because we did our bit, you know, we gave the proofs and everything, you know, and they just coming off bullshit now. I've nothing else to say, you know. Just come in here and have a chat with you guys. I've nothing less to, like, I have my beliefs, we have our beliefs, we have our proofs, if you will. AP, voila. But I don't know what to say. They just keep coming with their bullshit. You know, they can't. They don't even understand what a straight line is. Well, they do, but they contradict it. Level is horizontal. It always was, and it always will be. You know, and I don't know. They just kind of. I give up, Bev. I'm telling you. I'm just having fun in the YouTube chat now, moderating.
Well, that's what I'd say to Akumu in the chat, right? Listen to him. Listen to Gadget. The text chat in there is nothing. It's just people having fun. You say you're here for have fun. The Gadget's telling you you're having fun. So there's nobody actually gonna get anywhere in the text chat. It's never going to occur. If you want to come and have a chat, just come on in. This is where the proper conversations happen.
Yeah, guys, you come in, text chat trolls. You come in and have fun in YouTube chat. But if you you know, if you give any abuse to our team or you know, talk about anything, or if you're insulting people, you will be. I don't ban people. I time is out. 300 seconds. If you're not nice, if you do that 3 times, you're banned. That's all I can do. No.
Yeah, we've got rid of the flat earth tag because of you moderators. So thank you very much. All of the stuff, all the help you've given us.
Oh yeah, flat. Yeah. By the way, YouTube chat, you can't. Flat earth is not allowed. You can't type flat earth. What's the other word, Bev? There's another word, wasn't there?
I don't know. Yeah, you moderate. All right.
I can't.
You see what Ollie's put? Like, he's put that Jesse's last video was 2 pages long. I've never made a video 2 pages long. They're normally about 4 hours. They're normally time, not pages. Pages are like essays. He says, Wally says, try thinking. Jesse's last video was 2 pages long. He does mention you, but prefers to think you don't exist. I didn't know Jesse was still making videos. What was it about? Does anyone know what? Like, because Jesse's making videos and mentioning me in his videos. That's a little bit weird. You want to tell him, Wally, put it in his chat. He should come out and help Blue. Blue Marble's got himself into an awful predicament with the reciprocal zenith angle thing. It's terrible. Don't know how he's going to get out of it. Don't even know if Jesse coming back could help him, to be honest. I don't know if anybody can help him. I think the best Blue Marble's got is to just go and do a Jesse Kozlowski, or forget about it, right? Just pretend that his proof of Larry and Jesse's angle measurements was just a joke. He meant it, like he said with George, just a joke. Just try thinking, well, derp, email instead of video. So there you go again. I think we've had that in the chat again today, haven't we? People getting like mixed up, saying parallel instead of perpendicular, and then saying it's your fault for not knowing that they got the words completely mixed up. So I guess that's what you're saying, Wally. Video email. You know, that'd be why it was 2 pages long, not a video, just an email. I take it was one of your emails to Jesse, because, I mean, why would Jesse bother talking to you, Wally? Or why would Jesse bother talking to you about me? That'd be really weird. In the back channels, can you imagine that? Wally talking to Jesse Kozlowski about me? And then saying, mentioning me, and then saying that he prefers not to think about me whilst mentioning me in the same fucking sentence. It's crazy.
Yeah, because Wally probably emailed him, how do I defeat Bev? You ignore him.
Yeah, Jesse Kozlowski says, just do one, mate. Leave. Change your name. Wally says, hey, you will fix the reciprocal zenith angle problem when you do dueling auto levels. That's right. Me, Bev, and the On The Level crew here will fix Blue Marble's reciprocal zenith angle problem. We've already done it, really, by saying you can do fuck all with an angle, right? That's how we sort it. But the actual
Does he want you
dogmatic...
to purposely abuse tools?
Pardon?
Does he want you to purposely abuse tools?
No, we're doing the reciprocal rumpus pole sightings simultaneous below. They want us to fix Jesse and Larry's reciprocal zenith angle problem.
All right.
Yeah, equipotential angle of adjustment. They've had enough of this, all of this bullshit with Jesse Kozlowski pissing off. Blue Marble having to do it. They, you know, like they've got to step in. A real team of people that actually do shit. That's what we need. Yeah.
Bev, when's the last time you heard Wally's voice?
Oh, he was over on Terry's. It was that one where he said, I forgot what he said. He said it was something stupid. I think he disproved. Well, no, he proved the dogmatic globe as he does by saying some stupid shit. It's not.
Is this after the 2 pick tangents or before?
Oh no, it was after that. Yeah.
So he's still alive. Like he's not a text troll. He's not a 3D printer kind of text troll. He's
but I think they realise after a bit they can't say certain things, so they come in because they end up saying some really stupid shit. And what they like to do is they like to do typing in the chats, and then sort of have their comments that way because they're not brave enough to come in and actually talk about anything. They like to say, "Oh, I'm busy now. I can't really do anything. I just sit in the chat, text chat, trolling all the time." When it's obvious that they're just too scared to come in and have a talk because they've got no arguments. They've got nothing. They can't even talk about anything.
But even if, they come in and like they could have a chat with us, you know, to get to know us, like even without talking about the topic, you know, just to come in and have a talk with us, you know, get to know them. But they don't even do that, do they?
No.
No, like come in and I don't know, chat about games or cars or shit like that. No. Because that's what we do in here, don't we? We talk about all sorts, don't we?
Got some really, really good arguments just recently. And I know now that there's literally no way that these guys can talk about anything. The problems that we've got are just too much. The dogmatic globe proofs are too much for these guys to face because they've been told that there is no proof. There's no proof within science, but we here on the Level Discord server actually have dogmatic globe proofs. So we can help them, but they don't want to see it because if new modern Blue Marble science says that there is no proof, yet Bev and the on the level crew, if we have dogmatic glow proofs, what would happen? What would happen if we actually have these proofs and they were to actually hear them? So what I don't want to be doing is I don't want to be upsetting people. Obviously, it would be a bit too much for us to just blatantly put it out there. For
It's not terrible. I'm just looking in the Discord chat there, God rocking, and and Paige is giving him what she does. It's the same old. Whatever God rocking is typing, we've seen that maybe 300 times in the last 4 years. They've nothing new, have they?
But I was aware. I don't know if God rocking is around here or not. We thought that was a sock account, or somebody taking it, because I'm pretty sure God rocking was a flat earther, but this guy just seems like you can't tell what he is. He's just a troll. He doesn't seem to have any coherent statements about anything. So it's really strange. We don't know what he is. He won't come into chat. He just sits in there saying that sort of stuff. When he's on there, everyone can see the type of people that we have in the chat, and this has been going all day. Not with Paige, obviously, not with God rocking. Bit of fame.
Paige, come in and say hello.
It's
like they're all like nobody bites in here. Hey, people listening in YouTube, it's like you can come into our Discord and you can have a chat about absolutely anything, except when Bev goes live at 8 o'clock UK time. He goes into the arena, but you can talk about. Is that right, Bev? You can talk about absolutely anything: games, cars, airplanes, whatever.
We
But
do.
sometimes
We regularly talk about all sorts of shit all day.
Yeah, anything. Even if you're feeling lonely, you're by yourself, you want to have a chat, go into Discord, and there's always somebody there. Maybe Bev will answer about 2 minutes later because he's making a cup of tea, but he's always there.
I'm about to make a cup of tea.
Yeah, where's SE tonight? He's not around, no?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh.
He has to go and do some stuff, doesn't he? He says it's 33 degrees over there in Canada.
In Canada already?
Yeah,
Wow.
it's hottest hot place over there.
Yeah. We got down in France. We got summer late this year because over the last 5 days it got really hot. Last year we had really hot for the last month, but summer came late this year. But fucking hell, it's really warm here now. Yeah, and they're giving a heat wave soon. There, yeah, Bev, come here. We should do we should get the auto level from the Rochelle to Ile de Ré. Do an auto level test. Beside we have the bridge. It's called the Pont de Ré, right? But that is bent, right? It is. It's like the architect that built that. It's kind of it's curved. Maybe we can make it straight, no, with an auto level, no.
Well, I'm not going to be bringing the auto level. If we go over there, it'll be long distance stuff with my lad. That's what we're getting into. Yeah, that's what he wants to be able to do. So we'll be taking in doing the photography
on the Atlantic coast. Yeah, you can see ships off the coast and everything. They all harbour out far away, about 10, 15 miles off the coast. It all depends the weather.
I wouldn't mind trying to get the White Cliffs from France. That'd be a good one, wouldn't it?
Yeah, the Dover Cliffs. Yeah, that'd be a cool one as well. Yeah, but you can see them with you can see them with the naked eye, as well. So on a good day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From the shore.
Yeah, I remember when I lived in Paris when I was flying home to Dublin. I used to fly over the between Calais and Dover, And actually, out your window, when you sit in the window, you can actually see. We are that high up. You can actually see that the coast of England and the coast of France in the same window. You know, when you're looking out, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in the Hublot, you can see on the left-hand side, you can see England, for example, and then you just turn your back and you can see. So what is it? 33 miles, I think, or something like that. It's not that far.
No.
Yeah. And when you're flying high at 33,000 feet, you can actually see the two countries. And then on a good day, you can see from Cali, you can see the cliffs of Dover. I can't remember. I'm just speculating. I don't think it's 33 miles. I think it's less than that.
I'm not
Some
bothered
ball.
about. I'm not bothered about distances, to be honest.
Yeah,
We just,
but
he's
yeah,
just on about taking pictures, really.
yeah, but it's not far. Yeah, but it's great. No, it's great to see it from high up as well, Bev. You know.
Oh look, Wally
Yeah.
says, but why don't you take the lad up to the top of Snowdon, and
Yeah.
photograph the French Alps? I mean, that's a good idea, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mm.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we might just do that, Wally. It might already be in the plans. So thanks for pointing that one out. Wonder why Wally would be asking us to do that. Do you think it's possible, Wally, to go up to Snowdon?
And photograph the French Alps.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Well, if Wally thinks it's possible, then it might be, right?
Mont Blanc. It all depends, you know. Wait me able to see Mont Blanc because there's clouds that day, whatever. I don't know, Willie. What do you think?
Well,
Maybe
we must think it's possible.
No, we mightn't see the Alps because the Eiffel Tower will be in the way, I think, Willie.
Kumu fact. Well, that's what we were saying. If we do go up to Snowdon, right? You could come out and we could see if we could see you. Just give us a wave. We'll say we're out here. Like, you give us a wave, and if we can see France, then we might be able to see you. You'll be able to say, "Look, I was out there waving."
Do you know what I do, Bev? I'll drive up to Paris, right, and I'll get up the Eiffel Tower with the Irish flag, and I'll wave it, right? and you know, and we'll see if the Eiffel Tower is higher than the Alps or lower than the Alps. I don't know. How's that working, their model?
Right, can I just want to have a word with the Kumu virus. He's asking people to go and do stuff for themselves. What is this stuff? I don't know what he's put in there. Look, let me get this. It's quite a big. It's true and it works. So this is a big long list for the chat.
Oh.
Yeah. So this is a Kumu virus, right? And he says, get that. It's not. It's a rate of curve, not feet above or below sea level. You don't use degrees for elevation change. No, try it for yourself. Never take a person word for it for this. The reason I say he's right is Benoist, he is. Elevation isn't Earth curve. It's ridiculous to say it is. Elevation isn't Earth curve. So when Blue Marble says there's an 8-foot change at LIGO, that isn't Earth curve. That's elevation. Well, that's simple to sort then. There you go. There's just elevation change. There is not Earth curvature. There is only elevation change. That's right. So, Kumu virus, if you want to let people know how this elevation angle isn't an elevation change, and it's not Earth curve either, or is it Earth curve, the angle? The elevation change isn't Earth curve. Seem very very confused about people. I only know about elevation changes in reality. I don't know what most people are talking about when they say Earth curve. Elevation change, I do know. Earth curve, it sounds ridiculous. It sounds like a vacuous statement to me. But I guess most people within this arena have already got an idea what they think Earth curve is. But if it's not elevation changes, like a hill actually curving Earth, then what is Earth curve? I state it's a vacuous statement. It means nothing. That's why nobody knows how to differentiate the two. They don't know what it is. Nobody's got an idea what they think it is.
Well, you know, Bev, Akuma Virus was told to say that. He was told to type that in the chat by the council.
No, he's not. That's honestly what he imagines, and he has no way of explaining it, like he said there. So if you go around a globe 5 foot above sea level, all the way around the globe, you mean to tell me that's a change in elevation? No. No, but if you're going around, that must mean that you get to stand on the side of a ball. Or you're just going round in circle on a horizontal plane in a circle.
What is a fiction?
He hasn't got a clue what he means. He doesn't know.
But he's banned from every channel.
Is he?
He's banned from.
He's not banned
he's
from
banned
this channel.
No, this is why he's here. This is the only channel left, so he can text, chat, troll.
I thought he did actually try talking, though. I thought he tried conversing. Thought he was, he tried talking to Nathan Oakley and.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, but Oakley dangled his stuff in his face. Not the way he is. I'm not sure that actually Kuma actually got the chance to talk to Oakley. But Kuma, if you want to come in here, you're more than welcome to have a chat with us. You're not banned from here. Like, this is your last resort. I know you're banned from everywhere else. You're banned from Marwin's, you're banned from Oakley's, you're banned from Globebusters, Jarens, and all that crap. Right?
Who's
but you're more than
Akumu
welcome to come in
Virus
here.
talking to? Who's he talking to? Akumu, who are you talking to? He's talking about you think. So is he one of these psychics that can tell what people are thinking? And who is it that you're channeling at the minute, Akuma, when you write things like that in the chat? Who is the person that you're specifically channeling the thoughts of whilst you're in the text chat? I mean, it gets very good, doesn't it? These text chat trolls can actively tell people what they're thinking from the text chat. Come on in. Tell us who it is you're channeling. Bring them in with you. And let us know what they think. Let us know what you think too, as well, if you're brave enough. But if you're not brave enough to tell us what you think, channel the person that you're talking about. He's talking to Eric. Eric can talk for himself, I'm pretty sure.
Eric channeling. That's a YouTube video. Channeling Eric. Maybe Emma would know that one. You know that one, Emma? It's not here.
Wally's the one. Wally's moderating it for him. He's letting us know what's going on. So that's good, isn't it? Wally's commentating on Kumu's text chat trolling, where he's channeling Eric, telling Eric what he thinks. Such a good team. We're so honoured to have these people with us. I mean, if we didn't have people like this around letting us know these new blue marble science techniques, we can do all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, I can't think, everybody, we're not getting younger. I keep thinking of George, remember old George, God rest his soul.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Wally's going the same way, is he? Huh?
Well, you mean mad?
Yeah, mad, yeah, crazy. Like they have to lie, they can't do any, critical thinking, if you like, They're so in depth in the lie, that they can't, they can't go back anymore. Do you know what I mean? They can't think for themselves. They can't say, hey, come here, did you ever, when you watch Blue, right, when Rumpus is in there and Farmers Boy, when they're blabbling on, did you ever hear anybody contradict anybody on their channel? All you hear is,
they're always
yeah,
contradicting.
yeah.
Oh, you mean correct them?
No, never. Nobody corrects them. They're all going, yeah, yeah, yeah. Like that's what I'm saying. Like they're so deep in the lie, Nobody, it's like nobody has a ladder to get back out and to think for themselves. Like George, remember George? Remember he used to lie about coming over to England for the wreck and everything. I used to ask George, what about your dog? To bring a dog from America to England, you need to get the vaccines and that, it takes about 3 months. Oh, I've got everything done. That's all looked after. I've about 5 suitcases of auto levels and terabytes or whatever you call them, all this equipment. They're all booked up. I'm shipping them out soon. I'm just waiting on the day for the rumpus. He had a cargo plane going to England. All lies. And that rumpus guy made George lie.
I know.
An old man, and probably, still the way life is. He was living on his own with his dog. His dog died. He was a liar, a proven liar on the internet. People could, that takes a lot on people's lives.
I like to think that George would have come over here if Rumpus had have done his test. George would at least have got a trip out to have done whatever it is. Like that was George's passion, was within this arena, right? He lived for the blue marble, that dogmatic globe. He wanted to be able to write himself into the shadow book history, right? He wanted to be a shadow giant.
I was bringing him to dinner and everything here in France and everything. Remember that? I had him booked in for a dinner. All he had to do was come down and see me. I was going up to see him. Terrible. All lies.
Well, check this out, because Akumu Virus says this is what he understands. He understands looking at a big ruler, bracket, datum, through an angle measuring that device that they can establish level at that point. They also show that elevation isn't curve. That's what he understands. He understands that big rulers are datums, which they aren't. And they're looking at a big ruler datum through a angle measuring that device. They can establish level at that point. I understand, typing a bit fast. But like it would help if you were not only lying about knowing anything about whatever you understand, because that's not really an understanding, but it would be helpful if you made it coherent so people could actually understand that you don't know anything about anything.
Maybe he's talking about the ruler. Datum is a tangent, no? A little bit like that, no?
I don't know.
Might be a tangent.
I don't want to be imagining what they are thinking.
No, you don't want to be correcting copybooks like a teacher in school.
Ram says, yes, I can't measure the error at 100 feet, but as it accumulates over distance, the error becomes large enough to measure. Eventually, it becomes large enough to see with the naked eye fairly easily. So, what you do is, you can't do it at 100 feet, but if you keep going, eventually you can start to measure an error. And then when you keep going even more, you get a chance to see an error. Literally, see, you can see errors after measuring them. You can see them.
Yeah, we can see the tilted verticals probably. Huh?
No, he hasn't got any verticals. There's no such thing. He's got rid of them, Rams. He says it's not possible. You can't actually have a vertical. It's one of the easy ways out, right? Because if you can't have perpendicular, then that's a bit hard to explain. So if you just go with you can't have vertical, because everybody knows horizontals at a point, and a point is that of which has no parts. So conveniently, horizontal's gone. So
Well,
you're much better off not having vertical as well.
Well, maybe he's right, Bev. Like if he's living on a ball, like he couldn't have a vertical, or he couldn't have a. he could have a vertical, but he couldn't have a horizontal.
You can't have perpendicular. That's it. The
Perpendicular,
great
yeah.
perpendicular conspiracy. Can't have it.
So
It doesn't exist anymore.
it's just crazy because he sees that everywhere. Every day he opens his eyes, he sees that. You know.
Yeah, it's always there. You know, door frames. Betty did say, though, he's got an old high house and there is no perpendiculars in his entire house.
I think Baby lives in the mushroom. He's no perpendicular, he's no horizontals, he's no verticals. He lives in the mushroom, I think.
It's a wacky fun house. He must live at the fair or something like that.
Yeah, I'd love to see his house. Can't help.
So is Akumu just a text chat troll? I thought he was, thought he was like brave enough to be able to come and have some dogmatic globe proofs of his own, but perhaps not. I don't know. Maybe he is just a text chat troll. I expected more, but yeah.
Okay, Akuma. I think I had a chat with him before, or I heard him on Oakley's. He's I think he's American and he's a cool Southern guy. I think he's cool, but I don't think he's very intelligent because the shady types in chat, doesn't make sense. But to talk to you like he's God, But he's banned from everywhere. He's banned from Oakley's. He's banned from Marwin's. He's banned from, as I said, Globebusters. All those channels he's banned because of his indoctrinated thoughts.
Well, I think isn't that because it's because he has a dislike of flat earthers. But obviously, we're not flat earthers here, so I don't expect him to be doing that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people who do have a I don't know. I like to say hatred of flat earthers. Because, it is. They like to say that they're mocking flat earthers, but I don't believe that they are just mocking them. I think they actually have a hatred of flat earthers.
Yeah.
And I don't know why that is either. Really. Unless the flat earthers already know that they don't have any proofs of anything and they're searching for something, whereas the dogmatic globe guys know that they don't have a proof, but they also know everything already. Like, there's a difference between flat earthers don't really know anything and they're looking for proofs, whereas the dogmatic globe guys have no proof and they already know everything. So that's hard, that, isn't it?
Yeah, but then, Bev, then you know the ego comes into play as well. I bet three-quarters of those guys know they're wrong, but they won't
don't have
let
any
go.
proof, so they don't know.
No, yeah, but they know there's something up, but they won't let go of their ego. Like they I don't know how to explain it. You know, when I first came into the subject, you know, I just let everything go. I worked for myself. I taught for myself. You know, I just let everything go. What I learned, I didn't give a fuck whatever I learned. You know, in school and shit like that. I did research myself, and I found people online to talk to them, and you know, I saw the both sides of the stories, and then I came to the conclusion, you know, like you did, everybody else did in this arena, and it's definitely not a ball, right? I don't know what it is, but these people in here, coming in here, it's their ego that's telling them it's still a ball. They know it's not a ball, but their ego
You
is
know what I
telling
call
them.
it?
What?
Call it a realm.
A realm? What's that, Kev?
Just call it reality.
Because it's got the word real. It's got the word real in it.
Realm, yeah, absolutely. But you know where I'm coming from, you know? It's their ego. They don't want to be wrong. They can't accept the truth. And they're too fucking lazy to look into it for themselves.
Yes. They hate the realm of reality.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's simple, huh? It's simple. When you think about it, it's simple.
Well, I
You
mean,
know?
like you say that somebody else can't accept the truth. Well, that's anybody. Like, do you ever have a right to be able to say that somebody else won't accept the truth? Because that does sound like you have the truth, and they won't accept it from you.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but when I wake up every morning, I see reality, right? I see, I see how water reacts. You know, if I go by their model, just for example, Beth, if I go by their model,
don't
right? No, I don't have a model. I'm not inventing a model. But if I go by their beliefs, no river would flow. That's all I have to say. No river would flow.
See, I think that's a wrong way to look at it, because rivers do flow. So if you went by their beliefs, rivers would still flow because rivers flow.
Yeah.
I think you're getting mixed up on what they're like. Really, everybody is just talking about reality. So it's not anybody else's beliefs. They're not going to change reality for anyone. There is only one reality. So to imagine that you, like you just did then, you imagine somebody else's beliefs making something that obviously wouldn't happen. And they do the same. Everybody does put that sort of thing on other people.
You have to be very clever with these people because they're magicians, they're globalicians. You know, they can turn the subject. Yeah, and you know, new people coming into the arena. You know, they can get confused a lot by these magicians. You know.
Well, like we've got in the chat here, does anybody know who God Rockin is? Anybody, literally anyone, because he's just some random dude that's come in here saying, "Where's your argument for flat Earth?" When he knows you cannot make an argument for flat Earth, God Rockin. It's not fucking flat. Why are people coming in here asking us stupid questions like that?
Who told them that?
Nobody.
All they got. It's all they got.
Yeah, he was sent in here by somebody, or it's a sock account by some. There's
Well, just
probably
let
an account.
everybody know in the chat now, right? Everybody, there's a guy in our Discord called God Rocking. He's been in here for a bit, and he's asking us for an argument for flat Earth. After we've already said you cannot make an argument for flat Earth because flat Earth is an ambiguous term. You can't make arguments for ambiguous terms.
What
God
if I
Rocking,
said lights in
get
the
in
sky?
the chat. Stop talking shit in the Discord. Look at that.
What if I said, look at the lights in the sky?
I don't know how Page finds the time for people like them.
Well, like
Oh.
everybody's saying there's no argument, and he's saying ad homs aren't arguments. It's so bad. This is the arena we're in. I hate to say it. If this God Rocking is one of the globe, dogmatic globe fanatics, then he's making a fool of that. If he's a flat earther, he's making a fool of flat earthers. And he's definitely not coming from reality because he seems like he's confused. Nobody knows. When somebody like that comes into our chats, nobody knows who they are. Nobody knows what their point is because they're just like crazy people.
Hey, Bev,
Lost his mind.
It's the Flat Earth Society.
It's not. I don't think it is. I think that guy is just a crazy person. And I think there's many within this arena, right? If you want to be on the internet and you want to survive in any group and you are literally mad, this is where you come. You come to the flat earth and globe earth arguments because the dogmatic globe believers don't actually need to know anything. They can just assume that they're geniuses. And they can go round asking people for their argument for something that cannot possibly be true. Like God Rocking's doing right now. That's God Rocking in the Discord chats. God Rocking. If anybody knows and has ever talked to God Rocking, let him know to come and have a chat with us at some point. Because we've tried to get him to come and have a chat. He just types some stupid shit. I think he needs help. There's a lot of people in this arena.
His name, God Rocking, that's blasphemy already. How dare him?
Well, he's been around for quite a few. I can remember that name for quite a few years. And this is the first time he's ever bothered coming in and talking. There's a lot of people like that.
No, babe, he's not coming in talking. He's in here chatting.
I did think he was a 24/7 guy, though.
Is he?
Flat Earth, yeah, I did really think that. But it seems like you can't tell. So I am going to put him down to Flat Earth Society, but just a useful idiot for Flat Earth Society.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know what his own argument is.
He's a scout. He's testing the waters.
Oh, is that a Kumu virus and math degree, huh? Right. Very clever. Yeah, best place for you with a maths degree is text chat trolling in the YouTube comment section. Definitely. You don't want to be attempting to use any of that within a geometrical framework to prove a shape. That'd be terrible, wouldn't it? Can you imagine that, using a mathematical qualification to do something mathematical? Definitely not a Kumu. I think that's what that might show is how you don't know very much. Akumu virus, please. Are you saying that people can erase knowledge? Did you do that?
Hey, Bev, human virus can hear us, but God Rockin', he's only in the Discord chat. He's not in the logos, is he? He's not in the
No, it doesn't
chat
matter.
room, is
Like
he?
the people that are listening will know. I think.
Yeah, but God Rockin'
they'll
can't hear
let
you.
him know. Yeah,
You
they'll
should,
let him
yeah.
know. Right, you know what people are like in this arena. Somebody's bound to know him. Let him know that he's on the screen. All of the stupid shit he's typing. It's on there for everyone to see. Along with the Tis Globe. Tis Globe. Everybody knows
And like
that.
you know, we are a friendly Discord. You know, as I said before, we chat about anything. You know, except like when you go live. You know, you have to. Except for what is it? Free for all Fridays. We can talk about anything we want. But anybody can come in here for a chat. You know, you're feeling lonely. You know, there's always somebody in the afternoons, the evening time, but early mornings. You know, the Americans get up. Like we've people all over the world. There's always somebody in here for a chat, you know. And then you can talk about the topic, the arena, whatever, you know. But if you don't believe, if you have other beliefs that we don't agree with, we're not going to dangle our balls in your face like on other channels, you know. We're a pretty nice bunch of people, you know. We're not going to shame anybody, you know. Like we're just having a chat in here. So feel free to come in. Everybody, like in the YouTube chat, there's a link that comes up now and again. When I'm in there, I post it a lot.
It should be
you know,
underneath
so-
the video anyway. If anybody's watching on YouTube, it should be just underneath.
Yeah, even we talk about what games and shit like that, you know, and everyday life, you know. Sometimes it's pretty fun. I haven't been in a while now, but you know, I used to talk to Bev during the afternoon, and that Emma does be there as well, and the American guys get up. It's funny. Remember Ruhif in the morning feeding his dogs? That was funny, Bev, wasn't it? Remember that one? But
He's not been
Australians get
around
up.
for a bit. He's not been around for a bit.
Did he do a Jesse Adolskowski, whatever? Is he gone?
We had a word with. No, I was trying to get Ruhif to come out and have a chat the other day when we went over to Geo's. I think that's the video. I'm gonna do a bit of a video tomorrow. When we went over to Geo's, it's a good video. This one. I do have lots of other videos about people giving us mathematical things. I'm not too sure whether anybody will really like that. Seeing as we're going to a different place within this, but the video that I'll be doing tomorrow, I might put that out Friday. I don't know. Like I say, I think we're going to go to Snowdon over the next couple of days sometime.
That'd be great.
Walk
Come here.
up a
Can you just
mountain.
explain to the audience what exactly what you're going to be doing in Snowdon?
We're just walking up to the top of a mountain, so my son can take some pictures.
Pictures. Okay.
We wanted to go to the top on the train, but the train doesn't run to the top. They're fixing the top station, so it's going to be it's going to be a month off. So if me and my lad can go up there and take some pictures, then maybe when they fix it at the end of June, we can get the missus up there on the train and do it again.
That'd be great. Get the cameras up, the P1000s.
Yeah, try it again.
Are you going to do the infrared P1000? Are you going to do that one?
Yeah, we'll take both of the cameras.
Nice, yeah.
Both of the cameras up to the top.
You have the proper tripods and everything, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? Oh, nice. Please God, the weather will be great for that.
It is. It's good this week, isn't it? It might just be a little bit too hot. We might have to get a bit of sun cream out.
Yeah. Bev, go up there with your top hat. Take a few pictures. You
I'm not taking the top hat. Maybe if I can get to go on a train, I will. But I'm not. I'm not carrying a top hat in the bag and all.
Go on. You go on the top hat and the walking stick. Top hat and the walking stick. Make a day. Hey, come here. Was that you on the? I seen the post. Was that you with the Russian hat on with the beard? Was it?
No.
That wasn't you.
No.
Who was it?
Adele's mate.
One of Adele's mate, was it? I thought it was you. You just fucking Ben was a beard there.
Del did his thing, didn't he? Dropping a bottle.
Oh yeah.
That was the guy that caught the bottle at the end of Del's video.
I was listening to Oakley there and work. I think it was the day before yesterday. The Oakley crew have a thing against Dell at the moment, don't they?
Yeah, Flatsoid started that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dell. The last thing I heard was Oakley said an asshole living up in Scotland doing live streams out of his shed or something like that. I don't know. Dell said that the art is moving up or something like that. They went mad or something, did they?
I think
I think
you'll have to look into that. Don't take Flatsoid or Nathan Oakley's word for what Dell says. If you want to know, go and have a word with Dell. Like literally, do not take Nathan Oakley's or Flatsoid's word for what Dell does. Talk to
I
Dell
don't have a
about it.
chat
He's
with
the
Dell.
best one
Do you
to
ever
explain.
talk to Dell? Do you ever talk to Dell?
He did come round here once, yes.
Yeah. How'd that go? I wasn't around.
Not too good, but I don't know. Dell had another idea of something, and obviously Merle was the one that told Dell about us. So obviously tainted opinions that came from Merle. And I don't know. Like people within this arena come with already their model, and they find it hard to remove themselves from that model within conversation. So I don't know. I wouldn't mind having a word with Dell again at the minute, but I mean, like he's on this gravity thing with Nathan Oakley, and I think it's all just to bring drama into the arena myself.
Yeah, and of course they're all running a YouTube channel, so yeah, we can't put that against them, you know.
Yeah. Well, I don't think Adele isn't, but Nathan Oakley, Flatsoid and all of that, they're building their channels.
Yeah.
So, they have to court drama, don't they? I don't want to be involved in any of that sort of drama. I'll just stick to what we do. It's easy enough for us to be just a little channel. I think we're specialist. People say we've been stuck on a certain thing for so long, but we've got it locked down. We've got arguments, we've got the logic, we've got arguments to build logics to get proof, and we've got the practical experimentation to back it all up. It's not our problem that other people don't want to get involved in it, and I guess we aren't part of this drama group where everybody pushes everybody else's stuff. Like, you have to pay into these groups, and you have to do certain things in order to be part of these groups, and I'm not into that. We are on the level.
It's funny as well, Bev, because just pick an example. On the Blue Marble channel, like every time he goes live, he talks about you. But farmers buy rumpus and everything, but none of them can come in here and actually talk. they can't actually bring their arguments in here to
Well,
talk
farmer's
about it.
boy's a farmer's boy. He can't talk to anyone. He can only shout over people's shoulders. That's what farmer's boys do. That's what farmer's boys are famous for. So I mean, farmer's boy's never going to be able to do any talking. Rumpus, obviously, he's proven himself not able to communicate.
And a liar.
Well, he's proven himself a liar, yes. But, you know, like an open-ended long lie.
A bullshitter.
It does seem that within this arena, there are a lot of bullshitters. And, hey, we're here, open channel. If you want to test us out for bullshit, come in, test me out. Or just continue typing.
It's funny that nobody comes in. Like, nobody ever comes in. Really. Maybe during the day, but when you go live at night, I never see anybody coming in to have a chat with you. It's rare. It's rare. It's very rare. I don't know what goes on because I'm at work during the day. Do you get them coming in during the day on Discord?
We have a guy called Nico. He's a French guy, but he's living in Korea. So this will be a bit late for him now.
He comes in for a chat.
Yeah, he comes in to do. He's like a mathematician, I think. He likes spreadsheets and numbers.
Yeah, would he be in the council now, or would he be like he's living in Korea? No, he wouldn't be in the council.
He's
no.
not. He doesn't. He's not aware of Blue Marble Science or Rumpus or any of them. He's just aware of the dogmatic globe numbers.
Okay.
So, like, expanding it beyond anything about that, I don't think he's aware of the intricacies of within this arena. I don't think many people are, to be honest. Because I don't think many people have ever stuck to one argument. They flip from this argument to that argument all over the place without understanding what the argument is that they're actually trying to achieve.
So when this guy Nico comes in to have a chat with you, does he go away screaming or does he go away thinking?
Well, I don't know. I haven't got a clue. He probably goes away. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. It's funny, isn't it?
See, I don't know whether Mike's putting a Kumu virus off. Come on in, Mike. Prove Mike wrong, Kumu. Anytime you want, mate. It's only text chat trolling, isn't it? I mean, if you want to prove your worth, try your metal on the in the speakies. Because I don't know. I'd say Mike's doing a little bit better than you at the text chat trolling. Really? Must be tough, Mike. If you keep doing that, it's not fair.
Anyway, Bev, listen, I'm heading off to bed now. I'm going back into YouTube, right? It's nice chatting to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Everybody. Cheers.
It's good to have a chat, catch up every now and again. I was hoping to get some of the Dorothy Sayers. If anybody wants to get their own copy, because we will be going over The Lost Tools of Learning. Dorothy Sayers. We're going to be going through it again. Wednesday's Trivium. I think we might be better off if we can have a go at doing a actual talking through the book and walk through it. Have like a book club thing where we go over it and discuss modern day times, and they are the lost tools of learning. To thank Raven for the Trivium experience that we've had, and I really do think the Trivium is the fundamentals of not just understanding and logic, but the communication. That's the main thing. The grammar and the rhetoric. Logic forms itself, really. It deals with itself. But getting the correct usage of the words through the grammar, and then the ability to use them within rhetoric to be able to aid communication. That's the Trivium. That's what Raven brought to us. So thankful for all of the people that keep coming round here. Within this Discord is where the magic happens, not in this live stream of a night time. Like Gadget was saying, the Discord is where it is, and this is just a live stream that we continue to talk about. Hopefully we will be shifting what we do. More real, more photography, more going out, more. I think we're going to have to start streaming earlier on in the day as well. Emma's missing of a nighttime. It's not easy for Emma to do nighttime, so at some time during the day we're going to have to start going live, just clicking live and having chats like this. So I don't know if most people are up and awake and what sort of times you like to do. Maybe it'd be a different audience, but we will be doing that soon. I'll just start. I'll just go live. I think we'll do random going live and keep the 8 o'clock night ones. During the day, I often talk to a lot of people trying to do videos. People come in, so I could go over these videos and make the clips that we do. Yeah, of course you come, Blue, in. Yeah. Does anybody want Blue to come in? Anyone not want Blue to come in?
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't mind personally.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah,
We
I really want you to come in, Blue. Yeah, it's always good to show that people that we can communicate and talk to each other. And how do I think it'll work out for me? Well, I'm not fussed. Like, hopefully you can challenge us. Should be good. We'll freestyle it. Now to be afraid of, especially not you, Blue. Surely. Friendly chat. Yep. J-Ro says, yeah, bring it on in. Come on in. Bring some of your friends over. Whoever you want. Or we can come over to yours. You banned us, but, you know. Like, remember that time when we like filled your server? There's loads of people in it. For like near 24 hours. We were talking about that the other day. Sugar Cookie came in. Remember that? Blue? Gadget says he'll even come back in and say, aye, he was off to bed. Come on in, Blue. It was a good... I've got a good song. Calling it Everywhere, Everywhere. Do you want me to play it? So we see if we can serenade Blue in.
Through the song.
You've not heard it, have you?
I'm not sure.
No, I've only just done it today. Okay,
I cannot associate title now. So you say everywhere, everywhere.
Yeah, it's called Everywhere, Everywhere. Right, let me get it.
I don't recognize right now.
Assumption number one. Share. This is it's not been put out on YouTube just yet. We're gonna serenade Blue, so there you go. If anybody want to get that in the chat. Assumption number 1. Let me just get this ready for you guys. Discord. Assumption number 1. I should get the screen right. Oh, come on. There we go. That'll do. That'll do. Okie dokie. Can you guys... Oh, you guys can't get it. So you don't understand. It's called... you don't understand. Blue marble, horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. This is a good one for you. Hopefully we can serenade Blue Marble into the Discord. Come on in, Blue. I'm just gonna go. I'll play this. Let me get this on. Okay, here we go. Assumption number 1: a vertical is a straight line.
That's okay. Makes the same assumption. A vertical is a straight line.
Horizontal is perpendicular to it, right? Okay. Yeah. And horizontal is a plane.
In every case, horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. It's a really big ball. Okay. In every case.
And all perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will be parallel.
It's a really big ball to a horizontal plane, not to all horizontal planes. That's the problem.
No. All perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be parallel.
It's a really big ball.
Yeah,
that would be true, but only one of those verticals is a plumb line. Okay, here we go. Bear with me for a second. I'll figure this out. Sea level is an arc. It's a really big ball. Mean sea level is an arc.
Mean sea level is a point. It's an average on a vertical. It can't be an arc.
Oh my God. Mean sea level. Oh my God. Mean sea level is established at a point, and it goes everywhere. And it goes everywhere. And it goes everywhere. Then yes, horizontals would be parallel to each other, but not planar. I don't think you understand it. Parallel to each other, but not planar. Yes, you check it. How big is a cloud, Bev? Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball? It's a really big ball. There's no hump in space, Bev. Yes, you check it. If you're at sea level, that is falling away from a horizontal. It's falling away from you in every direction. You're standing on top of a ball.
Water levels don't fall away, though. We know how water flows.
Sure they do.
No, we know how water flows.
Horizontal, sure they do. And Rockia's bridge proved, 90 feet. You stand in the center of that bridge, either end of it is falling away from you by 90 feet. There's no hump.
So you're standing on the hump.
Oh my God. There's no hump.
But you just said that it's falling away at either side.
There's no hump.
Of course you're on the hump.
Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball?
With you standing at the top of the hump.
There's no hump. Any point on it. On the side of it.
You standing on the side of a ball.
I don't think you understand it. On a ball, Bev. Standing on the earth, Bev. It's a really big ball. On a ball, Bev, on the side of it. No, they'll always show it horizontally.
I know.
There's no need to show it. We know it's curved. There's no hump.
What?
It's a really big ball. There's no point in going to the trouble of drawing a curve that you can't even see, Bev. There's no hump.
It's horizontal.
It's a really big ball. Oh Oh my God! No, it's curved. Bill.
No, there's no curve to a horizontal.
In reality, elevations are curved. Are you trying to say that you can have other lines that are perpendicular to that horizontal plane? I will say absolutely you can. Not a one of them meets the description of vertical.
Vertical is perpendicular to the horizontal.
So
no, not they
by
would
the
meet that description.
No, Deb, not by the definition that vertical is a plumb line. Yes, you check it. I don't think you understand it. I know what you were doing, and it doesn't. I don't care what you were doing. I don't think you understand it. Absolutely, the two plumb lines tilt away from each other. Really big ball. Yes, you check it. Well, let's think about that, Bill. Those plumb lines are always diverging. Always. It's irrefutable. No reason, no logic. Yeah, that's the way you do a chart. If horizontals are perpendicular to verticals, just on your own. What do you think? No reason, no logic, no answers to question. I think I destroyed you is what I think. You're just on your own. It's a really big ball.
There's no curvature in a horizontal blue.
Oh yeah, there it is. It shows the diverging verticals because of the measurement of the reciprocal zenith angles. It is as clear as day and it's irrefutable. That's the end of that story. Horizontals are not parallel. Verticals are not parallel. In reality, elevations are curved. Those verticals are not parallel. They cannot be. I'm not going along with it then. Nope.
Has he come in? Oh, that didn't work. Come on in, Blue. Take a bow. I think that's one of the best ones. Yeah. There is some more. I went through all of the clips, and there's about 40 minutes of clips. So I could probably make about 6 or 7 of them. But I don't want to flood the You Don't Understand with Blue Marble mumbles. Blue mumble science. We don't want to be doing all of that. You can't take all of the You Don't Understand. So we might have to do some other ones. Everywhere, everywhere. Yeah, that's the everywhere, everywhere is the mean sea level is established at a point, and that point goes everywhere, everywhere. Damone had that. That's what that is. Once you get into it. The point that goes everywhere, everywhere. Because the point's that of which has no parts. So, yeah, the everywhere point. Everywhere, everywhere point. Come on in, have a chat. Tell us what you learned yesterday from Larry about how to take real measurements. 23 of them. I know, it's fantastic, isn't it? 23 angles. What was the story? 23 angles, and when you plotted them, they were all over the fucking place. Couldn't make any sense out of it. But then he got some curvature correction numbers, and they were turned into a straight line. So that's how you make angles into a straight line. By doing some fancy mathematics. I don't know why. I would have thought just, measuring the angles gives you the mathematics for you to be able to work it out, but I needed some calculations and some adjustments in order to get it on a straight line.
Maybe you should how to lure Blue Marble Science into Discord. On the level, maybe you should write in the clip starring Blue Marble Science, or something like that.
The Blue Marble Science.
Yeah.
Yeah, not just any old blue marble scientist. It's the blue marble science. How big is a cloud? Boom. So that's my name, right? Boom. And you know what I've noticed as well, you have to listen out to it. But they do have a little bit of a joke. Thank you very much, Gadget Inspector. It's twice. I don't think Blue's going to come in. Thank you very much, though, Gadget. Standing on the side of a ball. Move. So I would like it if everybody would address me. I quite like it. Sounds a bit... It's a bit more fun, isn't it? It's not surprising, Mike. I've listened to it all. I've clipped the bits out. The amount of times I go over all of these... You don't understand songs from Buster. You think you get bored of it, but you just don't. We've been literally... I don't know how many people have been sat in the Discord with us while I've been clipping all of these bits. But man, come on in, like Gadget said. Come on in. It's fucking hilarious. Move.
What about blue marble science?
Well, did you know that there's no point in drawing a curve that you can't see?
No, yeah.
That's why in elevation profiles they don't draw curves, because there's no point in drawing curves, because you can't see them. That's why they're all horizontal. That's why they all conform to the plans, the elevation profiles.
Did they do bridge builders account for the curve when they build bridges?
What curve?
Of the globe.
For building a bridge. They're going from A to B. They just want to get from A to B.
Horizontal, right?
Yeah,
well, I don't know.
If bridge is
did they account? That my question was: do bridge builders account for a curvature?
If they are building curved bridge, yes, they account for curve.
Yeah, most bridges do have some sort of a curve somewhere that needs to be accounted for. Yeah, but this fantasy idea of asking questions about curvature that nobody really understands. I mean, imagine somebody else, you're talking to somebody in the real world, right, in reality, and you ask them about curve, what are they going to think you're talking about? Like an actual curve, right? They're not going to think that you're talking about this fantasy curve of something that nobody can ever explain.
It's an idea.
I don't know. It's just... I think it's one of those, like Buster calls them, it's a vacuous statement. It means nothing. Is that really a better question? Sounds like a snap, knee-jerk, schoolyard sort of reaction, that Blue. You could try a bit harder. Is that why you've come in on your sock account? Everyone can imagine it's not really. It's not really blue. It's big blue. Move. Really big ball. Is that the big ball blue? Shouldn't really do voices, should I? I can only do the move.
The babe. Hello, babe. Hello, babe. I'm talking to you, babe. You don't understand.
You need to learn this accent
Exactly.
to chat with Blue. Okay, so the condition is when you learn this accent, you will converse with Blue. Blue.
Curve.
Well, I think
Curve.
everybody knows what a curve is. Curves are like part of a circle, usually. The bit around the outside.
Yeah, half of a circle is a curve. Yeah, yeah.
Whatever section and parable is a curve. Yes, there are many curves.
But are you saying curve pointing down or pointing upwards?
It can go
So if-
anyway. Like a circle, it goes everywhere.
But
doesn't it?
It's no longer it's it's convex or concave.
Yes, but
It's pointing downward, then it's a concave. If it is pointing upward, then that's a convex.
Goes all the way
it's
around.
Yeah,
everywhere.
But if you have full circle, it is concave and convex at the same time.
Yeah, don't look at that though, right? Don't look at the inside. It's like whenever you're doing any geodetic blue marble surveying and measuring reciprocal zenith angles, you don't ever turn around. With the circle, it is. Don't ever look on the inside. Otherwise, you might find out it's different.
Curved Earth.
Yes,
See,
Earth
if we
is
replace-
curved. Yes, that's
if
true.
we replace globe with curve Earth, is it really curved?
I think within the arena, there's a lot of obsession about things that people have put in their minds. They've had them placed in their minds, and it's really hard to step aside from it. Try and forget about it. In fact, there's some people I've noticed over the past weeks, months, years. They literally cannot. This guy, Ram Shutu, Rumpus's younger brother, he can't not think about his dogmatic model. Even when we're talking about vertical and horizontal. That's everything to do with his model. It's rather sad.
Yes, he has to check if he's going with Dogma, because if he's not, that would be a crime thought. So they don't want to commit a crime thought.
And he has to know the model well enough, right? And I think that's what they do. They come in here so that they can learn the weaknesses for the dogmatic globe model, right? We can give them the proofs of the dogmatic globe. And the blue marble scientists are the guys that do the fixing for the contradictions. So we can give them the dogmatic proofs, i.e. the contradictions. And then they set at work to do the blue marble science. The blue marble scientists set to work to, they try to invalidate the dogmatic proofs by stating that they aren't actually contradictions because they accept them. They say that this isn't a contradiction. I accept it. It's fine. It's normal. It's not contradictory. It's a very clever system. This whole arena, the way it works like that. I think we'll have to do that, like a cycle. That would be good, wouldn't it? Like, the cycle of dogmatic globe, blue marble science. how it does it comes round, and then we point out more contradictions, and then that goes round and round and round. We point out the dogmatic proofs. Sorry, did I call it a contradiction? A dogmatic globe proofs. Hopefully it'll be okay. Go on, sorry.
I don't know to whom Big Blue is writing that.
He's on his phone.
Hour,
it means he's not going to come in. He was the one that asked if we wanted to come in, and he's now telling us he's on his phone. Can't come in on his phone. Dumbass.
Okay. But in an hour, I would be in bed, so I would be not embarrassment for him. So maybe
I don't think Blue could talk to you, Paper.
Yes.
He talks a big game when he's over there in his chat with all of the other Blue Marble scientists, but like when he says, "You want me to come over?" It's like, "Yeah, of course we do, Blue. Come on in." I don't think he will come and talk to Paper.
No, I can be silent, and in an hour I will be in bed, so he's safe. Paper free. Paper free Discord.
See, like Blue is really obsessed with Bev. He's got obsession, really.
Yes, this is normal psychological situation. If you have a person who disagrees with you, and if you have many conversations with that person, and at every conversation you can prove that he is wrong, you can spot contradictions, fallacies, and you can point it out, and this person is not able to concede your points, yes, he will be obsessed with you. He will return to you every time to spot your weak points, or maybe make some arguments against you, because he cannot leave that like epoche. No, it doesn't work with that kind of people. He has always to prove that you are wrong and he is right. Every time. I met that kind of people many times.
What's Blue talking about? You're not even in here, Blue. Gadget said he would come back in if you come in, Blue. You're not in here. Why would Gadget be pussy? Come on in. You'll find out. In fact, come in here and I'll call him a pussy. Try that.
Blue. Come in, join. Blue Marble Science. Don't be a coward. Just join and defend.
He's shit talking from the YouTube chat. He's threatened us he'd come in, and now he can't come in, and he's shit talking from the chat.
Exactly. Blue, we're tired of your keyboard worrying. It's not working, mate. Just come, join and defend.
It's early over there, it's in America, isn't it?
Exactly, it is.
Yeah, it's like afternoon.
Yeah.
Something like that. But it is more safe to shoot from trench. Shooting from trenches.
I can't see him coming in.
It's between 3 and 6 in the Americas right now.
Because he's a coward. That's why.
I don't know whether you could say that.
No,
I don't like
definitely it
using
is.
that because there's a lot of these guys out there that call you that. That's a proper name calling thing. You can't call him a coward.
No,
Can they,
but
Blue?
me,
That wouldn't be right,
he's
would
a,
it?
well, can I call him a sheep? He's a sheep.
A sheet
Sheep,
with a T.
not
P,
sheep
P, P, sheep,
with P.
sheep. Yeah.
Oh, come on, Blue.
Mm.
The
Like,
biggest
what's going
sheep.
on? Get yourself a cocoa. Come on in, Blue. It's about that time. No, Blue's already said he's never going to come in. So this is just what did you call it? Smack talking. Everybody knows that Blue's not going to come in. So obviously talking big. He's been a bit of a farmer's boy. He's probably learned this from Farmer's Boy. This is how you do it. Just talk shit. Everybody knows you'll never back it up or anything. Farmer's Boy. Yep. It is Blue.
Okay, so I am saying that I am off to bed. I think that Blue Marble Science can hear that, so maybe it will encourage him to come in.
He'll be
Good night,
waiting
Paper.
until I finish the
night.
stream. Night, Paper. Thanks for popping in.
Good night, Faber. What's up with Blue? Does no one to come in for a chat?
No, I know. What's up with him? It's because you're
Come on, Blue.
a pussy and
Blue.
a scared little bitch. What does it
Come
say?
on, Blue. Just
Scared
for 5
little
minutes.
bitch. Yeah. Like, listen to him. He's shivering in his boots. Blue. Yeah, I'll even keep quiet, Blue. You're all right. You don't need to be threatened by me. Look at all of these other people you can have a chat with. I'm sure there's people who want to be talking to Blue Marble Science. I mean, it's a literal hero. It's the head honcho of the Blue Marble Scientists. And in fact, I think, as far as I know, don't think he's even got a white coat. He's not even got a science jacket. That's how senior he is. Gets to walk around in a suit. Suit? Probably not. I don't know. No, he didn't even have a suit when he went to do his presentation.
Bev.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know what science is.
Blue Marble Science. See, it's
That's
different.
a special kind of science.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Special kind.
Big S. Capital S at the beginning. Makes it special, when you put the big S on.
Come on, Blue.
Talking, that's some good shit talking, that, Blue. Like proper schoolyard shit. It's been a while since I heard anything like that. Bringing it back. You know when they say, once you get a little bit older, you start regressing back to your childhood. I think that might be what's happening. Remembering what it was like, because I have said this, that the Boomer Squad always revert to the monad, and the monad was taught to them when they were little children, right? And that's what they revert back to. That's where they're safest. Where the monad was real, right? It was never troubled at that age, because you didn't know anything was a lie or anything was good or bad or whatever. You just took everything in. You accepted the lot of it by people that you trusted. Well, that's where Blue Marble Science is at the minute, regressing back to his childhood state, shown by the schoolyard shit talking. Because that is proper schoolyard shit, that, Blue. I'd say it's not even good, but I mean, it might be. Might be within the Blue Marble scientific arena of shit talking, schoolyard shit talking around the water fountain. It'll be okay, Blue. Yeah, come on then. What time is it? Ooh, it's getting on for midnight. I don't know how long we'll keep going. Been going for nearly 4 hours. I'm going to play that song again. I really like it.
I don't think Blue will be coming in here tonight.
No, Blue's not coming in. He's on his phone. Move. He's
Yeah.
never
It
going to
would
come in. Soccer count.
It would have been
going.
nice if you came in for a little chat, you know.
All right, I'm going to switch over to YouTube if you're shutting down soon.
I don't know whether we're shutting down soon. I'm just you know what else we've got. Yeah, I don't think Blue. He'll have to swap over to his other thing. He's not going to come in when he's on his phone. Could have a really shit mic on his phone. I bet he has actually. In fact, he might have a voice changer on his PC, so I can't see how he'd come in on his phone. I bet he's got a high-pitched voice and all sorts. I think he's got one of those voice changers where he slows his voice down to make him sound really slow and, you know, big. But he sounds like a skinny little guy with a high-pitched voice when he wants to make himself sound big and round. And what I'm wondering, Blue, you seem to be going through your sidekicks. Rumpus, Betty, Larry. Who are you going to go with? I think you might have upset Rumpus and Betty. And Larry will talk for days if you give him chance. Thinks he's got a new best friend, Larry. Come and help you talk about how to measure things.
I'm just looking at the YouTube chat, and Blue's calling me a pussy, and
I know.
I just asked him to come in for a chat, and he's, damn it, Gadget, you really are a scared little bitch. What are you on about, Blue? Come on in for a chat. What's he talking about, Bev?
It's schoolyard shit, I'm telling you. It's really childish. But that's where you go, I think. Once you get to a certain age, everybody does. They sort of regress back to childhood, I think. I think that's where we're at. You remember Bob?
Bob the Science Guy?
Yeah.
Mm.
I think he had one. I think that's where Blue's going now. Blue, before long, Blue will be buying himself a telescope, making a little platform at the bottom of his garden. Then he can just go and sit down and look at the lights in the sky. Should be good. Blue, I'm not too sure. Come on in.
Blue,
Say that
I'm
to
in
his
this
face.
song.
Come on, Blue.
Come on. What's he saying?
It's mad.
Yeah.
Shit talking in the chat. Just Barry's come in just to watch Blue Marble shit talking Gadget. Gadget's come in here, especially he gone to bed, Blue. You shit talked him back in here. Now he's in here. You're calling him a bitch and all sorts of stupid shit. What are you gonna do, Blue? He's just gonna stay over there talking shit. I mean, well done. Well done. You can tell all of your Blue Marble Science interns. So, what does he have? What are the little guys called at Blue Marble Science? If Blue Marble Science is the big S, what are all of the other ones called? The little Blue Marble Scientists.
Don't worry, Blue. Mobius is not here, or Mike
Paper's gone.
Jones. You know, it's just
Yep,
just
Paper's
little
gone.
old gadgets. You know, I'm jealous of Mobius and Mike Jones because they got the chance to chat with Blue. You know, maybe
I know,
this is
you
my
thought you had a chance, didn't you? You thought you'd get a
Yeah.
chance tonight. It was your big chance.
Yeah, 5 minutes, Blue. Yeah.
5 minutes with Blue Marble Science. It's all
Yeah,
he
that's
ever wanted,
awesome.
Blue.
Yeah. Wow.
Did you ever think you might get the chance to have Blue Marble Science shit talking in the chat while you're in here? You're in the VC, and Blue Marble is in the VC chat shit talking you.
Yeah, yeah. I even asked him to fire up his channel and go live, you know, to have a chat with me. You know, I didn't want to do that either. I wouldn't do that anyway. Why would I? Laid over here.
He's going to wait until we go live and then go, see, I was just about to come on.
Well, it's nearly 1 o'clock in the morning here, Blue. It's 4 minutes to 1. I'll give you till, come on, 1:10.
Oh, 15, yeah,
Then I'm going to sleep.
15 minutes, and then he's going to go to bed, Blue.
Yeah.
You can't keep a man up. He's got work to do. If you're going to come and do some more shit talking, come on in and then wait until he goes to bed and then do all of the shit talking like you usually do, right? You can say he ran when he had to go to bed. Such good times. So we're going over, right? This is tonight. Blue Marble Science he will confirm this, that horizontal and vertical have to be, for the real world, you know, for practical use, they have to be perpendicular. But for the dogmatic globe, they cannot be perpendicular. So, that's why I think Blue Marble Science is a little bit touchy at the minute. It's a little bit hard how to deal with this. They're in the Blue Marble Scientific phase at the moment, where they're all beavering around doing the little science stuff, the Blue Marble Science stuff, trying to justify a contradiction, trying to work out how vertical and horizontal can be both perpendicular and not perpendicular. It's perhaps one of their toughest tasks to date. So we got to give him a little bit of, he's under a bit of pressure. Blue Marble Science. Yeah.
But Bev, if Blue came in here to have a chat with me, I wouldn't ask him anything about that.
I know.
I wouldn't. I won't. I won't ask him. I won't talk about it. I won't even talk about it.
But
I'll
you
talk
see,
about other stuff.
because it's such a big operation, this Blue Marble, I don't think he can think about anything else. I mean, his shit talking bit was probably his best efforts to try and get it out of his mind, the problem that's at hand. It's hard work, this being a Blue Marble Scientist.
No, I just want to have a chat with him, you know, see how his day went, how's his life going, you know, and what's he think about shit, you know, just have a chat, 5 minutes, you know. But he doesn't seem to want to do that. Funny.
We've got Rumpus's younger brother in the chat, and now he is a sophist.
Who's that?
He's been in here for like 2 or 3 days, and he's never brought an argument. He just literally waits until you say something, and then he diverts into a nothing argument. That isn't even an argument. A nothing, vacuous argument. Doubling up on the nothings there.
A younger brother?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Ramshatu.
Oh. I
It's
thought
the
Rumpus
lemon
was a
with the big nose.
Huh?
Yeah. He's I call a
Is his
globe
real brother?
model defender.
Yeah, but it's not his real brother, is it? You just said that.
Yeah, he could be.
I could be, yeah.
Yeah. if you ever had to explain who he is, it is.
Yeah.
It's like Rumpus attempts to come in and do the talking bit, but obviously now Rumpus has been exposed, obviously, by many people over the years, and now everybody within this arena, right? They know he's never going to do whatever he's claimed he's going to do. He's not got any of the stuff. He has his defenders to help him out. But Rams is just like Rumpus, but typing in text. It's a bit hard for him to come into voice, but he when he does, he's rumpusing. You'll hear it if you ever hear him. You will hear that he is just like Rumpus. Same tactics, same way of coming with no argument, and then sort of assuming that other people don't know anything about anything, and he does. He knows it all, except he doesn't come with any arguments. So today, he's told us that verticals don't exist, and vertical and horizontal cannot be assumed to be perpendicular. Just a random oddball dude that sounds like Rumpus's younger brother coming into the Discord server telling us that we can't assume that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular because he's got a dogmatic globe model. But then he doesn't really have a dogmatic globe model because he's never mentioned it. All he said is that you can't assume that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
That's crazy, isn't it? No, he never worked on the building site, that lad.
Do you want me to read this? Right, I'm going to read out what he's put. Sure, he was trying to use a word to describe the apparent fall of the ground over long distances due to change in orientation of the observer, as opposed to the change in elevation, and used the word slope. It's not totally wrong, as I understand the usage of the word slope to talk about the land curving away. He must have forgot that you guys refuse to acknowledge that the other people use words to mean things that aren't exactly and specifically the same as what you mean. It just means your entire argument wasn't an objection to the concept he was describing, but a semantic objection to a word that he used to describe it, even though that word is arguably correct. What did that guy talk about then?
Oh, God. Hey, that does sound a lot like Rumpus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then this is another one that he said, right? Let's check this out. We can establish a bending horizontal. The moon example I gave is one. Bodies of level water being in between two objects, both above the level water, establish that curved horizontal. This is, of course, if you're treating horizontal as a line perpendicular to all verticals. So if you're assuming or you're treating horizontal as a line that's perpendicular to vertical, then it has to bend, has to be curved, says Rumpus's younger brother. Blue Marble Scientist. He's the new one, right? He's one of the only ones that's brave enough to come over in the Discord chat. He doesn't go to YouTube. He actually does just the Discord. This guy.
Oh, he came in for a chat, did he?
He has been in once, yeah.
Yeah.
Fusily Jerry brought him in.
Does he sound posh like Rumpus and all that crap?
Yeah. I'm telling you, he's Rumpus's younger brother.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it if it wasn't.
Yeah. I missed him. Wait, he comes in during the afternoon, does he?
No, he's only ever been in once. He's been in here all day. He's done like an 18-hour shift in the Discord, just typing like that all day. I don't really know what his argument is. I don't know if he's got an argument other than the fact that he doesn't quite like vertical and horizontal being perpendicular. He doesn't like things being parallel to each other. And he doesn't like vertical being plumb or a straight line, even. He doesn't know how you can say that a plumb line is a straight line. In fact, he tells you purposely that you can't assume that a plumb line is a straight line. Wow.
Okay, so
as well.
It looks like Blue's not coming in.
No.
I'm going to say goodnight again.
Yeah, finished his shit talking. That's a shame. So Blue's missed Paper and Gadget. Pussied out, has he? Could you say that? He's pussied out.
I think he has, yeah.
Yeah.
All I wanted was a chat,
Yeah.
Just to find out how he was keeping, chit chat, just a little chit chat.
But I think by Blue's rules, we could quite safely say that Blue Marble Science is a pussy ass bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gadget can walk away victorious. Well done.
He was invited in, for a chat, but he doesn't want to. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Listen, good night, everybody.
Okay,
again.
Thank you very much, Gadget.
Yeah. Cheers. Bye. Night.
Catch you later. Thank you. Oh, isn't that a shame? Blue Marble Science has missed out on chatting to Paper and Gadget. Rams has made an argument. 3? All of them. He blatantly lies and then never can cite all of the stuff that he's done. There's going to be some arguments. I think he did say he can prove that, was it level isn't horizontal or horizontals aren't parallel? I think he said he can prove that two horizontals in different places would not be parallel. There you go. There's another one. These are classics. It's been coming out with them all day. He says, of course, level is horizontal, but in this case, you can't assert horizontal is a straight line unless you can show level is also a straight line. You can't assert horizontal is a straight line. Genius. Absolute genius. Yeah, I think it's about time. I think 4 hours. Doesn't look like Blue's going to come in, and Mike Jones is in the chat now. He needs an army of Blue. Who's he going to forget? He's not going to come over, is he? No. Okay, I think we'll end it for tonight.
Good, Blue.
Pussy ass bitch. I'm going to put the blue marble one on again because I think it's sea level. It goes everywhere, everywhere. Right, thank you very much for joining us. It is Euclid night tomorrow, and we are, I think, building ourselves up to perhaps one of the best geometric and easiest geometric proofs available to anyone. Thanks to Blue Marble Science and Proposition 29, we'll be able to show you this in the simple form. We're just waiting for somebody to be able to be brave enough to come in and try it. And we know Blue Marble Science isn't going to do that. So hopefully Blue Marble Science can send one of his little pawns out. Obviously not a farmer's boy or anybody like that. One of his support crew. Maybe even Stark Otter might be able to give us a chance of having go over this. I don't think Stark Otter can solve it either. So, thanks for joining us. Come on in. We have got some of the best arguments that you will ever do, and we'll try and we can explain them in the Discord. So if you want to come into the Discord. We can have a chat. Obviously, we're very nice talking to people. We pride ourselves on communication skills. We are not like what you imagine the rest of the arena is like. So please come into the Discord, come and join us, and we'll be seeing you tomorrow. Blue Marble's going to sing us out, serenade us out. Assumption number 1, a vertical is a straight line.
That's okay. Makes the same assumption. A vertical is a straight line.
Horizontal is perpendicular to it, right? Okay. Yeah. And horizontal is a plane.
In every case, horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. It's a really big ball. Okay. In every case.
And all perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will be parallel.
It's a really big ball to a horizontal plane, not to all horizontal planes. That's the problem.
No. All perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be parallel.
That's a really big ball.
Yeah.
That would be true, but only one of those verticals is a plumb line. Okay, here we go. Bear with me for a second. I'll figure this out. Sea level is an arc. It's a really big ball. Mean sea level is an arc.
Mean sea level is a point. It's an average on a vertical. It can't be an arc.
Oh my God. Mean sea level. Oh my God. Mean sea level is established at a point, and it goes everywhere. And it goes everywhere. And it goes everywhere. Then yes, horizontals would be parallel to each other, but not planar. I don't think you understand it. Parallel to each other, but not planar. Yes, you check it. How big is a cloud, Bev? Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball? It's a really big ball. There's no hump. In space, Bev, yes, you check it. If you're at sea level, that is falling away from a horizontal. It's falling away from you in every direction. You're standing on top of a ball.
Water levels don't fall away, though. We know how water flows.
Sure they do.
No. We know how water flows.
Horizontal, sure they do. And Rakia's bridge proof. my God. 90 feet. You stand in the center of that bridge, either end of it is falling away from you by 90 feet. There's no hump.
You're standing on the hump.
Oh my God. There's no hump.
But you just
Standing
said
on top
that it's
of a
falling
sphere.
away at either side.
There's no hump.
Of course you're on the hump.
Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball?
With you standing at the top of the hump.
There's no hump. Any point on it. On the side of it.
You standing on the side of a ball.
I don't think you understand it. On a ball, Bev. Standing on the earth, Bev. It's a really big ball. On a ball, Bev, on the side of it. No, they'll always show it horizontally.
I know.
There's no need to show it. We know it's curved. There's no hump.
What?
It's a really big ball. There's no point in going to the trouble of drawing a curve that you can't even see, Bev. There's no
No,
hump.
it's horizontal.
It's a really big ball. Oh my God. No, it's curved, Bev.
No, there's no
In
curve
reality-
to a horizontal.
In reality, elevations are curved. Are you trying to say that you can have other lines that are perpendicular to that horizontal plane? I will say absolutely you can. Not a one of them meets the description of vertical.
Vertical is perpendicular to the horizontal.
No,
So
not
they
by the
would meet
definition.
that
No,
description.
Bev, not by the definition that vertical is a plumb line. Yes, you check it. I don't think you understand it. I know what you were doing, and I don't care what you were doing. I don't think you understand it. Absolutely, the two plumb lines tilt away from each other. Really big ball. Yes, you check it. Well, let's think about that, Bill. Those plumb lines are always diverging. Always. It's irrefutable. Yeah, that's the way you do a chart. If horizontals are perpendicular to verticals, what do you think? I think I destroyed you is what I think. It's a really big ball.
There's no curvature in a horizontal blue.
Oh, yeah, there it is. It shows the diverging verticals because of the measurement of the reciprocal zenith angles. It is as clear as day and it's irrefutable. That's the end of that story. Horizontals are not parallel. Verticals are not parallel. In reality, elevations are curved. Those verticals are not parallel. They cannot be. I'm not going along with it then.